Good morning, Brooke.
Morning.
Okay, we have a quorum. We will get started. Call the meeting to order. Motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Cindy, second by Mary. Any discussion about today's agenda? Hearing none, those approve the agenda indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay. Move on to public comments. The board has significant interest in maintaining the decorum of its meetings and is expected that members of the public and the board will address each other with civility. The orderly process of the board meeting will not be interfered with or disrupted by public comment. Only individuals recognized by the board president will be allowed to speak. Comments by others are out of order. If disruptive, the individual causing disruption may be asked to leave the board meeting. Abusive, disruptive, or defamatory comments will not be permitted. The state board's agenda is full and I may place a maximum of 30 minutes for public comment. I'll give each speaker 5 minutes or 3 minutes if there are a large number of speakers. At the end of your allotted time, I'll ask you to conclude and the board will move on to the next speaker. The department will not respond to public comment, aside from requesting clarification. The department may place a topic raised in public comment on a future agenda. The topic from public comment that is not related to an item on today's agenda will not be addressed at today's meeting. Do we know how many people would like to make public comment today?
Welcome, everyone. If you wish to address the board, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, it looks like we do not have any public comment at this time.
Yep, I got you, Mike. You're up.
Want to defer to the audience online. Just sit up here.
Sure.
Okay. So hi, thank you for allowing me to come speak. My name is Mike Hugolay. I'm the executive director for the Iowa Coalition for Public Charter Schools. So as you review contracts today and work with the groups that have been approved, I appreciate all of your work on that. We look to hold a high bar for our schools and serve the kids of Iowa with really high quality schools. So I wanted to give you a little context of what the Iowa Coalition does and as you move forward, just open to answer questions too. So we're the statewide association that works to launch and support public charter schools around the state of Iowa. So I've worked with all of the groups that were approved last month and that are submitting contracts today. There's a variety of services that go into that. For what's most relevant to today's meeting, there's groups that come forward and say, we're looking to serve the needs of a particular community. They come in contact with me and I work with them for a year, sometimes more, on that application and the whole process that goes into that. So just two quick examples, a school like Great Oaks High School that is approved to open 2 more, but launched this year. What that looks like for the support work is, they're supported by a charter management organization called Oakmont. So when Oakmont was looking to come to Iowa, I worked with their team to identify where Opportunity Youth lived in the city of Des Moines. Where are the students going to come from, right? And work with local stakeholders like the city council, local nonprofit support organizations to identify what the needs are, right? And then their model is to get students into the trades. So as a local person that lives here and is on the ground, introduce them to the different businesses that their students are going to be employed by and have apprenticeships with. So a long process of introducing them to all the stakeholders that matter, getting feedback from them, developing an application, and a school model that will truly serve that audience is one of the main things that I do as a organization. Then another group, a local group here, the Red Barn Schoolhouse. Their school was closed. They reached out to say, hey, we want to continue having a small school in our community. We have this barn. We want to convert it into a school. So they have the local all the local partnerships and relationships, but they don't have the expertise on how do we launch a school? How do we officially organize ourselves and complete this application and go through this whole process? So that's the most relevant thing that I do for what you all are discussing today. So just wanted to introduce myself and thank you for your role as the authorizer. We appreciate what you do and just looking to collaborate on that in the future.
Thank you, Mike, for being here.
Thanks, you.
Last chance for public comment. Hearing none, we'll move on to the director's report.
Thank you, President Robbins and Vice President Axiotis, and all members of the board. And as always, thank you for your service on this critical board. We have a number of updates to share, so I'll give high-level information, diving a little deeper into the nation's report card and our NAEP results released last week, but of course, happy to answer any questions you may have. So beginning with the NAEP, as you know, the National Assessment of Educational Progress is commonly referred to as the nation's report card. It is congressionally mandated to be administered every 2 years to students in 4th and 8th grade to measure their achievement and their progress in both reading and math. It is the only nationally representative assessment that allows for comparison of student achievement across all 50 states using a robust and representative sampling methodology. We always receive questions around what's the difference in reviewing the results from the nation's report card versus our state summative assessment or ISASP. And the main difference is that when we look at our state assessment results, we're looking at the percentage of students who have reached proficiency, meaning they've reached a minimum level of performance. And when we are looking at the NAEP results, we are focusing on student scores, including how far above or below that minimum achievement level a student may be. And digging into those results for the nation, the national NAEP results are a tough reality, which you have seen all state leaders, educators, families across the nation grappling with. Nationally, they show drops from historically low levels of achievement in 2022. In reading, the nation's reading scores in both 4th and 8th grade are down since 2022, and these national reading declines follow a longer term trend spanning over a decade that cannot be attributed solely to disrupted learning during the pandemic, per comments made by NCES. Nationally, math scores are stagnant or show only slight improvement. In Iowa, however, while most of the nation is struggling most acutely in reading, Iowa is bucking that troubling pattern, especially in 8th grade reading. Because of the hard work of our students, families, and educators across the state, Iowa increased its national ranking from 20th in 8th grade reading in 2022 to 10th in 2024. Iowa is also in the top 5 in the nation for improvement since 2022 in 8th grade reading for all students and for students from low-income backgrounds. So this encouraging progress obviously builds on a number of years and continuous investment in comprehensive supports for evidence-based reading instruction that are aligned to the science of reading. At the same time, Iowa has concerning mathematics rankings that underscore the critical need for investment in evidence-based mathematics instruction statewide, as Governor Reynolds department in the Math and Counts Act, which we'll dig a little into. In math, Iowa's rankings fell significantly from 30th in the nation in 4th grade to 30th in the nation in 4th grade and to 23rd in the nation in 8th grade mathematics achievement. We also want to again focus on achievement gaps experienced by certain student groups. Iowa students with disabilities and students who are English language learners also experienced some of the largest achievement gaps in the nation. For example, while Iowa ranked 10th in the nation in 8th grade reading, Iowa students with disabilities ranked 41st in the nation, comparing achievement experienced by students with disabilities to students with disabilities across the nation. And while Iowa ranked 23rd in the nation in eighth grade math, Iowa ranked 37th in the nation in the achievement experienced by students who are English language learners compared to the achievement experienced by students who are English language learners across the nation. So we know, of course, that Iowa's students should be performing at the highest levels in the nation. We know how incredible our students, our families, and our teachers are. And alongside our teachers and families, we'll continue to invest in evidence-based instruction and interventions that empower all students to meet high expectations. We also want to dig into just a quick overview of some of those comprehensive literacy investments. And then that is a strong segue to the comprehensive mathematics instruction investments proposed. So in evidence-based reading instruction, as you all know, we have invested at all levels of the education system. First, by providing evidence-based letters professional learning to up to 6,600 educators. Then by supporting teacher preparation programs and aligning to the science of reading, implementing new world-class ELA state content standards, supporting districts and implementing personalized reading plans for K-6 students who are not reading proficiently, and then investing in summer reading grants, investing in personalized reading tutoring at scale, and then recently investing about $3.5 million to provide every Iowa first grader, about 38,000 first graders across over 800 elementary schools with the codable book packs to take home and to keep and to reinforce classroom instruction. So then transitioning into what the Math Counts Act proposes, it proposes similarly early identification and progress monitoring for students who are not on track to be proficient. It proposes strong intervention structures that follow an MTSS model and personalized math plans for students in need of support. It proposes evidence-based professional development for teachers in schools who are most in need of support and strong teacher preparation and evidence-based math instruction. It proposes family-centered resources to support children's mathematics development at home. And finally, it articulates these systems improvements through a statewide comprehensive math plan, looking at the state investments, district investments, and school investments. So Iowa is doing the right statewide work in evidence-based reading instruction, and we have articulated and outlined the right work in math. Of course, we must maintain a consistent and long-term focus on high-quality instruction and educational supports, as we've seen in those states who have experienced consistent long-term gains. And this work requires time and it requires laser focus, and we'll look forward to continuing to see its impact on students and that impact represented in our state assessments, as well as in the next administration of NAEP in 2026.
So do we feel like we have the right math standards in place now?
Yes, the math standards that were adopted this past year and that are currently being implemented in schools across the state represent significant improvements and high depth of content knowledge and rigor across all elementary, middle, and school levels.
Do you anticipate a rollout of professional development for math like there was for letters training?
So what the Math Counts Act proposes is statewide professional development provided by the Department of Education and in partnership, of course, with districts and schools that are identified as most in need of support, specifically identified through mathematics proficiency in the school or school district. So where letters was statewide available to all schools, this will be a targeted, or is proposed to be a targeted approach to schools in need of support.
Okay.
As I recall, the NAEP, I think it's NAEP, maybe could be PISA, but sometimes these trends are kind of up and down, and sometimes, and did I read this year that math, or maybe it's reading, sometimes there's a difference where you're moving up in spots because others have improved less. sometimes, or you haven't improved as much as you have in the past. And so sometimes, those are to understand how those trends are moving. But obviously, we feel like we need to engage and at this point, it's targeted to those schools or districts that are in need versus a statewide push like the letters. So I guess it's a little bit of a clarification on what President Robbins asked. But is that right? Are we feeling like our numbers, have they really tanked, or are we just kind of treading or down a little and others have improved more?
That's an excellent question and observation. And there is the impact of our rankings as compared to states across the nation increased in 2022 significantly
Yeah.
from 19. It in part driven by other states experiencing significant learning loss, especially states that did not maintain access to in-person instruction through the 2021 and 2022 school years, as Iowa did. I was an absolute leader in that space and experienced very minimal to no learning loss because of that leadership in minimizing education disruptions. But we also look at the long-term trends because of what you articulated. And our long-term trends are in most cases following the decision over the past 10 years since 2013. But in fourth grade math, it again articulates this need for investment in evidence-based math instruction because the nation is dropping about on average 4 percentage points since 2013. And we've dropped 9 percentage points since 2013 in that space.
Okay. Yeah, and you just think about too, these fourth graders were like kindergarten or whatever, right, during the pandemic. And so however they did get support or, it's, you have to think there's some impact. So, okay, thank you.
And I certainly think that that's important to note as we compare 19, 22 and 24 results. But when we're looking back at long-term trends since 2013, the decline is not cannot only be explained by pandemic.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Great questions. Any other questions? Okay, that was one significant topic to cover, but I have a number of additional updates if I may.
All right.
Okay. So in previewing today's agenda, we are very excited to have the 2025 Iowa Teacher of the Year, Melanie Bloom, with us today. Just as a reminder, Melanie is a 16-year ag ed teacher who also serves as the Prairie Lakes Regional Teacher of the Year. She is a farmer, agriculture educator, and she established the district's first full-time agriculture program and serves as their FFA advisor. She's also spearheaded the expansion of ag career exploration and work-based learning opportunities. She is an expert in the development of and implementation of high-quality instructional materials, or HQIM. And she has served as a teacher mentor and faculty member in an Iowa Teacher Prep program. She will begin her service on July 1, and she is going to be, again, introducing you to her vision for her year of service right before lunch. Anne Minks, who is our 2024 Iowa Teacher of the Year, is about halfway through her year of service at the department. Again, she's working closely with our English language learner and science of reading content experts at the department to help identify instructional best practices and policies with demonstrated success in narrowing and closing achievement gaps experienced by students who are English language learners. And then last month, we had the opportunity to join Anne at the 10th Annual Emerging Educators Academy, which is a unique experience that's created by award-winning educators like Anne and Melanie for over 100 future and beginning teachers. And it helps, of course, support both recruitment and retention and includes their teacher mentors. And of course, did an amazing job in leading the academy this year. And then as a reminder, we have just opened our nomination process for the 2026 Iowa Teacher of the Year. Nominations are accepted through March 7th. We are continuing to implement a Regional Teacher of the Year process. So each nominee must be a career teacher who holds a valid teaching license and is currently employed by a public school district or accredited non-public school in Iowa. They'll be invited to submit an application for further consideration by our regional selection committees. And then we will have 9 finalists or regional teachers of the year who will participate in the application and interview process for the Iowa 2026 Teacher of the Year. We're also excited to share that earlier this week, the department awarded an additional $600,000 about to 9 additional school districts to support the Credentials to Childcare Careers program. And that investment builds upon a successful pilot that began this past summer in partnership with 5 Iowa school districts. So once again, congratulations to Central Lyon, Charles City, Clear Creek, Amana, Des Moines, Harlan, Iowa City, Lamar's, Marshalltown, and Woodbine. And then as we continue to support schools implementing the new math and ELA standards, the science standards review process is progressing. As a reminder, our current science standards were adopted a decade ago in 2015. And at our last meeting, we discussed the department's public comment process and invited all members of the public to submit comments through our 5 public forums and the public survey available on our website. That comment period on the first proposed revised standards draft closed earlier this week on Monday, February 3rd, and now a second team of educators, administrators, content specialists, higher education representatives, families, and industry and community partners will examine the stakeholder feedback and make recommendations to the department. The department will then present a second proposed revised draft standards to the board for consideration over a first and second read. The earliest that the proposed revised draft standards could go before the State Board of Education for a first read would be at its March or April meeting. We are also preparing to initiate the social studies standards process, and we are getting ready to open the application process for candidates to serve on the first review committee. Applications will be collected through March 10th. And again, educators, administrators, content specialists, higher education representatives, family members, and industry and community partners are all invited to apply to serve on that advisory standards review team. And as always, the social studies standards will follow that same 5-phase process.
How many people are generally on those advisory teams
Tina,
in total?
30, 35, in
Okay,
that range.
okay, thank you.
then as we've talked about, the department has asked K-12 students to help us reimagine Iowa's education license plate. And just a quick update on that. Last week was the deadline for art teachers to submit up to 10 original designs for statewide consideration. And now we'll have an expert panel, including art teachers across Iowa, review and help select 5 semifinalists in each of the 4 grade bands. And then the public will have the opportunity to help select finalists among the semifinalists. And then, of course, the art of the finalists and semifinalists will be displayed here at the Department of Education for Iowans to enjoy.
Do we have any idea how many submissions we've had?
Number, but I'm not sure of the number. Do you?
I don't know, but I can,
Well, it's.
Just curious.
Yeah.
I'll find out and give you
Well-
an update.
That sounds great. But I hear they're very, very good. In the Division of Special Education, on the 15th of last month, January 15th, our team hosted the 3rd Special Education Policy and Practice webinar. It focused on Iowa's general supervision system. Our next session is being hosted next week, February 12th. It will focus on functional behavior assessments and behavior intervention plans, FBAs and BIPs. And all webinars and the corresponding resources are available on our website, of course. Another quick update is that the Division of Special Education, in partnership with the Bureau of School Improvement, is continuing to pilot the new AEA accreditation process, implementing House File 2612. And the pilot with Great Prairie AEA is now complete, and we're initiating the pilot with Mississippi Bend AEA. And again, thankful to both of those partners. And then finally, in that division, a soft launch of Iowa's first in the nation Achieve Family Portal is ongoing. And we've got families and school partners across the nation continuing to support testing prior to the statewide launch at the end of this month. And as a reminder, that family portal is going to provide parents and guardians of children with an IFSP or an IEP with 24/7 access to their children's early intervention and special education information. And then excitingly, the Iowa School for the Deaf has experienced and celebrated its 170th anniversary last month on January 24th. We celebrated alumni, including ISD team members who are alumni, students competed in a quiz about ISD's history, and it was a great celebration. We also want to congratulate the ISD middle school robotics teams. They're called Blue Wolf and the Crash Outs. And they competed this week in a national robotics tournament in Georgia, both with distinction. So we are
Did you
excited.
have an opportunity to go out there on site?
I did not. But the students performed very admirably, and we had some placements too, so.
Yeah.
And then in STEM and computer science, the department recently awarded $750,000 to 21 schools across Iowa to help support computer science professional development. And Iowa schools can still apply for tuition reimbursement as Iowa teachers pursue computer science teaching endorsements through May 31st. So please help expand knowledge of and spread the word on this great opportunity with your networks. Our STEM teacher extern application is open for the 25 externships and will be receiving applications with priority through March 1st. And then just as a reminder, those extern participants earn a stipend of $5,000 and 3 graduate credits with UNI. And then in addition, we've had the opportunity to extend funding to the externship program in partnership with Iowa Economic Development Authority to specifically support energy sector externships at no cost to host organizations. And then finally in this space, the STEM team is gearing up for STEM Day at the Capitol next week, February 12th. All, of course, are invited. Educators and students from across Iowa will showcase STEM exhibits and how they are preparing them for the future. We'll also announce the recipients of Iowa STEM Teacher Award. And as a reminder, that recognizes one full-time licensed pre-K through 12 Iowa STEM teacher from each of the state's 6 STEM regions. And then very briefly in the Division of Higher Education, we had a wonderful work-based learning webinar with over 400 participants focused on work-based learning, coding, and reporting last month on the 13th. And the webinar covered coding and reporting guidelines for Iowa school performance profiles, recent terminology changes, and supports for how to expand and launch work-based learning programs. And we continue to partner with Iowa Workforce Development to provide that statewide professional learning series to all stakeholders. We've got them planned through April. Next one is on February 11th, and it's going to focus on the use of labor market data and information. All of those are recorded and online to view at your leisure. And then in Gear Up, the department's Gear Up Iowa team hosted over 100 educators in the annual Gear Up Iowa conference in Des Moines this week. And I was excited to help kick that off with Section Chief Christina Sabui and the entire community engagement team who facilitated 2 days of learning. We are also now accepting applications through February 28th through our LCAN grant program, which is the Local College and Career Access Network grant program, and information is available on our website. And just the final section I will very briefly cover is that last month we were honored to help announce the Milken Educator Award, which was provided to Holly Hunter of Grinnell Newburgh Community School District. She's a third grade teacher who has demonstrated expertise in evidence-based reading instruction and deep knowledge of the science of reading. And she is our Iowa teacher to receive that award in the 2024-2025 season. We also on Monday held our third regular quarterly all-staff meeting where we discussed the image in front of you, which is also on our website, about the department's priorities, how they align to the State Board of Education's mission. You'll see our foundation of vibrant, safe, and healthy learning environments articulates priority 1 of the state board. Our priority around strong teacher pipeline articulates to priority 3 of the state board. Our focus on early literacy and numeracy and evidence-based reading and math instruction, and our focus on narrowing and closing achievement gaps through accountability and support, both articulate to the board's priority 2, and then multiple pathways to board's priority 4. And of course, the board's priority 5 is specific to the State Board of Education. So as we go into our retreat in April, just wanted to make sure you had that context to reflect upon. And again, that's available on our website. And then just very briefly, we spoke with the Iowa Community College Leadership Institute and Leadership Institute for a New Century senior level community college leaders taking part in those leadership development programs. We've got 2 representatives from the department, Kelly Frieslaben and Jathan Chiquin, who are both selected to serve in those respective cohorts. We celebrated the Day on the Hill with students, educators, administrators, and school board members and AEAs to celebrate innovation and excellence in public education across the state, and specifically the transformational impact of the science of reading, the impact of Governor Reynolds' TPRA, the Teacher and Pararegistered Apprenticeship Program, work-based learning programs that lead to an industry recognized credential, and so much more. With a number of districts, we had the opportunity to join ChildServe to tour their facilities in Johnson and meet with their senior leadership. And then very finally, the other DE boards, of which we just want the board to be aware of. BOEE is meeting next Friday, February 14th. SBRC is meeting next Monday, on March 11th, and ICA is meeting on March 21st. And we'll provide relevant updates of those partner boards as appropriate. And with that, that concludes our very comprehensive report of much great work across the department and the state.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Sim?
Thank you.
Find your answer.
Oh, sure.
101 eligible.
Okay.
Nice.
Tough choices.
All right. So the non-public advisory committee, Brian, do you have any updates for us?
I reported on our December 10 meeting at our January 9th meeting, as the minutes reflect, but we meet next Tuesday, the 11th, as the committee of this board. And I just wanted to point out there's some carryover that's going to happen. Last time, December, we looked at the review and application process for independent accreditors for non-public accredited schools. And at this meeting, we'll get a report on who got approved because we're taking action on that today. I think we're supposed to. Secondly, we're going to talk about preschool partnership program accreditation and get a report on the non-public school student enrollment. And then last time during member reports, there were questions about access to AEA funding for 25-26 and AEA education and media services. So we have some information to share on timelines. for that. And there'll be discussion on ESA application and the timing for that. So I'll talk about that in March.
Thank you, Brian. All right, thanks, Betsy. With the communications, we move on to the consent agenda. We have the January 9, 2025 meeting minutes and the rules for chapter 31.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second?
Moved by Cindy, second by Brian. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. All right. Rules, chapter 12.
I know. You're so far away. No, it's good. Feels like the table's very long today.
Short of member.
Good morning, President Robbins, the colleagues, members of the board. Just a brief update for how we got to today. Senate File 496, 2 sessions ago, the board gave notice of intended action to to consider rules to implement Senate File 496. During the public comment period, a portion of those rules were enjoined. The other portion that was not enjoined, that proceeded. The injunction was vacated or set aside by a federal appeals court. On remand, or when the federal appeals court returned the case to the federal trial court, the federal trial court indicated that the state board and the department could continue with rulemaking on the portions of the statute that had been previously enjoined, which is where we are today. There was a period of public comment at the regulatory analysis stage. The board gave notice of intended action at its November meeting. There was a period of public comment that ended on December 31st. As in contrast to prior periods of public comment, there was nobody at the public hearing. If you saw media reports about the public hearing, the media panned the room and it was just me sitting, waiting for people to show up. There was no public comment at the hearing. A couple of public comments that renewed objections to the bill itself. We do not like the underlying legislation. Please do not regulate to enforce the underlying legislation. That's not an option. There was one actionable public comment that actually proposed a change in the regulatory text, and that is recited in your preamble. And the public commenter wanted sort of a crisp distinction between the library provision, the library content provision, and the rule regarding promotion of sexual orientation or gender identity in the elementary grade. And after having considered that public comment, understand the public commenter's concerns, but felt that those concerns are addressed by the plain language of the rule. That this public policy, this standard deals with the library provision, this standard deals with the parental rights and education provision regarding in the elementary grade brand. So for that reason, understanding the public commenter's concerns are valid, but addressed by the plain language of the proposed rules. So the proposed rules for your adoption are identical to those that you noticed. If you have any questions for me, I am at your disposal.
Thomas, just a point of clarification, there's nobody at the meeting, but these were submitted comments.
Submitted written comments, correct?
Okay. Any questions for Thomas with the rules for chapter 12?
How did the one comment think that the rule was promoting?
Well, the commenter was concerned that having a library book with LGBTQ plus content in a library might be construed as promotion
In and of itself.
in and of itself.
Got it. Thank you.
And after looking at the language that you noticed for intended action, the plain language forecloses that interpretation.
I don't know what else could be said. That's the point, right?
Right. Your notice language speaks for itself and addresses the commenter's concerns.
So the proposed adopted rules are identical to what was
Correct.
published before. Other questions for Thomas?
I would move that we amend chapter 12 as presented.
Second.
By Brian, second by Cindy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, vote by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Rules are adopted. Item 5 on the agenda is proposed charter school contract updates.
So the sample contract that you approved at a recent meeting. We had, during the contract negotiation process, there was a robust discussion with the end user, the parties to the contract who would be signing along with President Robbins. And we received feedback, the department received feedback about the contract itself, some of which was well-founded, some of which was, we understood the point, but it's either unnecessary or foreclosed by statute. So I'm going to hit sort of the highlights of the changes of the sample contract after it's gone through a round of actual negotiation with live parties. There are a couple of changes to capitalization, just to sort of capture, agreed upon legal writing style. Should term in contract term be capitalized? Yes or no? That was made uniform throughout those capitalization changes were made uniform throughout the contract and across all of the contracts. There were some internal cross references that were added. So when this term is listed for the first time, there were some internal cross references within the contract that were added just to avoid confusion. And then there was some cross references to the underlying statute, chapter 256E that were cleaned up. In the amendment process, things moved as legislation is amended, and old code references, although the content is the same, some of the cross references to the statute referred to prior versions of the statute there and didn't sort of capture that things might have been renumbered in the amendment process. There are a couple of sort of substantive changes that I want to draw your attention to, and these will be the same regardless of which contract you look at. There are several contracts on your agenda. They all have these changes incorporated into them. The first is in section 8.6. And 8.6 refers to a performance report. That's the heading of the section. And there was a lot of discussion about the mechanism of this performance report, which led the department, the subject matter experts, to go back to the statute and identify that this performance report, although it is to be gathered by the authorizer annually, that annually gathering of those performance reports is only for the charters that will be renewed in the next year.
Not annually.
Not annual, like you annually gather, but there's a cohort from which you gather. It's the charters that will be renewed in the next year. And so that has been changed to make clear that although the authorizer is annually gathering performance reports, and which will identify sort of the strengths and weaknesses and risks for each charter contract holder, what they need to do to sort of get right with the authorizer and have their contract renewed. Although you annually gather them, each charter only files in their that performance report in 8.6 in their renewal year. And that was made clear in the contract that it's not an annual report. It's by statute, it's a report in the year prior to the renewal year.
The authorizer being the Department of Ed or the board?
You, yes.
So then I'm assuming that we'll get an annual update on progress
Correct.
as far as highlights.
So you'll get,
Better.
yeah, you'll get the macro level report that you'll get each year on charter performance, but specifically to charters that under this code chapter that will be renewed in the coming year, you will get a more targeted report on each of those individually. The next change is to 12, the next substantive change is to 12.8.3. And that is the annual audit. The initial contract had a date of December 1st for the annual audit. And one of the applicants, which you had approved at the last meeting, said, gosh, that seems kind of quick. From when the certified annual report is filed to when the audit must be completed. After reviewing the audit deadline for public schools, which is March 31st, and after consulting with the finance experts, with Dr. Klein, that the change was made to March 31st. So the annual audit due every year, but a much more realistic deadline to have an audit completed. If you can complete an audit in 2.5 months, more power to you. But that's given the scope of what is being audited, it seemed since charters are filing the certified annual report like public school districts, it made sense and it would not impede the work of the authorizer or the department to have that audit deadline be set the same as public school districts. So from December 1st to March 31st. There were a couple of changes that were workshopped, which the department is unable to make. And I'm unable to recommend that you make. There were some requests for additional cross-references that were sort of inconsistent with how contracts are written in Iowa. So one particular example, the definition of what the contract is included the application. So the application that you approved is incorporated into the contract by reference. Later in the contract, there is boilerplate language about that no prior writing is binding. No prior, like this supersedes all prior writings. The request was to include except the application. That's unnecessary logically because it's not a prior writing. It's part of the application. It's part of the contract is incorporated by reference. So in looking at that, although we got the commenters' points that seem like overkill. A couple other examples, the one applicant requests that the sample budget form be attached to the contract as an appendix. And again, overkill. There's going to be some mandatory minimums, but we don't want a sample to be the budget form or the budget format. The final substantive request was a request to in subsection 16.1.3. 16.1 deals with termination. 16.1.3, one of the grounds for termination and termination of the contract and revocation of the charter is violation of any provision of law from which the school was not specifically exempted. One of the applicants asked that be modified to read a material and uncurable violation of law. And understand the point. We're not going to recommend that you as authorizer revoke a contract because of the misuse of the Oxford comma or missing a deadline or missing a deadline by an hour. If the deadline is not jurisdictional. However, that language is verbatim from the statute. The statute didn't include the qualifier. So the department felt exceedingly uncomfortable recommending to you that you as authorizer include that qualifier in the contract and especially since the termination 16.1.1 through 16.1.6, there's discretion to terminate. And later in section 16 as a whole, they talk about remedial measures coming into correction. Elsewhere in the document itself, it addresses the commenter's concerns. So not going to mess with statutory language, and the commenter's concerns are already addressed later on. Well, in reading section 16 as a whole.
The first paragraph.
Yes.
Okay.
And as our guest this morning during public comment mentioned, some of the charter management organizations or education service providers operate in multiple states. So what might be acceptable in another state with a different statute or a different legal culture or a different scope of review for charter contract termination, that might be well-founded under a different statutory regime in a different legal culture. But we're in Iowa, and we're governed not by Illinois' charter law or California's charter law, but by Chapter 256E. And being just the lawyer, Dr. Elder, who actually knows what she's talking about, will can add some context or some practical application if you have questions for either of us.
Anything to say?
I do not. I agree with all of Thomas's assessment of all of the requested changes. There was nothing that seemed out of the range of being able to apply ways to the contract. From a layman, not attorney perspective, the changes seem to be very minor in terms of practical application.
So the changes are in the essence of preventative law. So if to avoid confusion, what does this dead cross-reference mean? What does this incomplete cross-reference mean? Avoiding the issue of is somebody going to litigate whether or not a term should be capitalized or not? It makes the contract more usable and sort of prevents litigation in the future about administrivia. With the two exceptions, the substantive change regarding the performance report, which is due only in the year that a chart prior to renewal, and then the really important change to the audit deadline.
Is there any pending legislation this year that would impact the cross references of this contract?
Well, two things. The sample contract could always be changed in the future. And there's a savings clause in this contract that if the statute's amended, that's just sort of, the statute is sort of incorporated by reference. Content of the board, that has been specifically addressed in the sample contract. If the statute dealing with the content of the board changes, then without amendment, the content of the board may change. Without amendment to this, the contract of the
Is
board.
it your view that the charter school representatives are okay with this as revised?
Well, I'm going to let them speak for themselves. There was.
So they may.
They may, which is their right. And I'm not going to
All right.
say which school made which comment to allow them to speak for themselves. But this is some of and all were represented by council during the bargaining process. There was degrees of objection or degrees of request for change from none to quite substantial.
So just in process here, the agenda item is to approve of the contract as revised. Are we going to be hearing further requests for amendments today to the contract? If we're going to approve something, an hour later, somebody says, oh, what about this, this, and this? We just adopted a template for the contract.
Right. And I think that's the recommendation, the template, understanding it is a template. If a particular applicant feels that a change needs to be made before the applicant will sign the contract, then that's a bargain for exchange between that applicant and you all. However, the subject matter experts and I believe that approving changes to the sample contract sort of moves the whole process forward, even if there is questions on the margins by a particular applicant.
Okay. I mean, one of the reasons we do the template is so that it's consistent.
Right.
And I don't want to start the very first day.
And board,
Although I'll have an open mind when, if a valid point is raised that I'm unaware of.
and board member Kane, to your question, that's why General Counsel Mays has gone through in detail the public or the comments and feedback received throughout the negotiation process. So anything in addition to what he's discussed would be new information to the department that I'm not sure we could make a recommendation on in the moment.
Additionally, we've worked very closely with our applicants to ensure that there are no surprises. So they've had everything, every iteration all along. They've been part of the process. And they have the final copies that you had in your board packet. So
Okay.
I think we've
Fair
done our
enough.
due diligence.
I would agree with that. I'd like to compliment you guys for the work that you've done. And I would move that we approve the updates to the proposed charter school contract.
I'll second that motion.
Moved by Brian and second by Mary. Further discussion? Hearing none, those that support the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. Now we have the charter school performance framework.
Yes, thank you, President Robbins, Director Snow, members of the board. I'd like to introduce a charter school performance framework for Iowa charter schools. The performance framework is an important tool that is commonly used in authorization practices to give clear definition of what is expected of charter schools. It gives us touch points to ensure compliance, accountability, and consistency with the contract and with all applicable laws. Schools have not been completely, charter schools up to this point, I don't want to create the impression that there's been no accountability, because there has been, but the performance framework formalizes the accountability mechanisms, both in what we're looking for and in the data metrics that we seek to look for. This is our first iteration of a performance framework in our state. Our first iteration is very basic. We have basic indicators in the areas of academic, finance, and operational, organizational health. Our rubric is, does it meet standards? We don't have a more complex rubric. If you look at other states, at other authorizers, get very, very complex. We decided to start simple. Let's use what we have. Let's get feedback on it, and we will iterate and improve it over time. This tool will feed into the annual report that you get in November, and then is then fed to the legislature from there. Additionally, this will aid in renewal decisions. So if a school has multiple years of meeting standards, they would be provided an expedited renewal process rather than the more comprehensive renewal process that other schools will need to undergo. We did use examples from the National Association of Charter School Authorizers to be sure that we were hitting all of the components in nationally recognized best practices for authorizing. As well, we referred to other states' tools to be able to create our own. It was a collaborative effort through various facets of the department. I'd like to thank General Counsel Mays, Dr. Klein. We had our special education department look at it. We included school improvement. So we made sure that we had all of our bases covered internally as well. You have the performance framework in your packet. I gave you a brief overview, but if you have any questions, we're happy to dive in a bit further.
I mean, I thought it looked to me, as you say, kind of this performance framework was familiar based on the accountability we have for our other schools. And so I thought that was very straightforward and understandable. Any specifics on that, but I think it looks good.
That was well done. Only question I have is with State Accountability Index, with the Iowa School Performance Profile. So they have to meet a rating of acceptable or higher.
So we know from experience that schools that serve populations that are returning to school who have dropped out and are coming back may have certain indicators on the performance profile that they may not meet the acceptable range. In that case, we would have some additional discussion, and we would, of course, include the board in those discussions to ensure that we're being fair in terms of population and in recognizing that students who have dropped out of school and come back, if we can get them over the finish line, then that is a huge win for the community and for the individual students themselves. So there will be this is what I don't want to turn this into, if you don't hit this bar, you're in trouble. Because there is a bar to meet standards. However, not meeting that particular standard in that particular situation may not be an indicator of organizational distress or organizational failure to meet their mission.
So, and thank you, Deborah. An example of that would be specifically around graduation, right? We've got a number of charter schools that are specifically focused on a mission of preventing dropout and on credit recovery, who, by definition, are not focused on a four-year graduation rate. So that would be something the board would, of course, need to consider.
Right. So it helps explain some of it, because that's one of the questions I had, with some of our charter schools that target that population. But what about the ones that do not, that they're just serving the general public? And they're not at the acceptable level, but how does that fit into all the?
I'm going to borrow a favorite phrase of my attorney friends. It depends. It really does depend on what is the indicator that they aren't meeting the acceptable threshold. What is the mission of the school? What is the progress made towards that acceptable ranking? Are there underlying issues that are preventing them from meeting that acceptable ranking? I think an unacceptable ranking would be an indicator that we need to ask more questions and dive in a little bit deeper and find out what's happening at the school before we immediately jump to the conclusion that they're failing to meet their mission.
Okay.
Well, we do that for everybody. I mean, a public school, non-public school, if they're not performing, it's not like, oh, you're out.
Right.
I mean, we've done this before.
I would likely concur with that, but if we are giving them exemptions to state standards as part of their contract, and they're not performing at an acceptable level, then why are we?
I think it's,
in this situation.
I just think it's a question of degree and time, right? I agree with you, but I don't know that you can just,
Well, I'm just, that's why I'm
Pull the rug
asking the
out,
question.
yeah,
because I don't-
yeah.
So just taking a public school district as an analog, a public school district in the needs improvement or priority that has a rational, well-resourced plan sits differently for me than a public school district or a public school in the needs improvement or priority and comprehensive band that is hoping that their improvement strategy is hope. To me, that sits differently. Going back to the sample contract that you just approved, and 16.2 talks about an opportunity to remedy. So if I'm in the needs improvement or priority and comprehensive band, I'm going to have an opportunity to remedy. I'm going to receive support from the department on your behalf as authorizers to look at reasonable opportunity to remedy the problem unless the problem warrants revocation. So if it's such an issue, then 16.1 applies. But a school that is making progress towards acceptable, I think sits differently than a school that's not making progress or doesn't have a rational, evidence-based and well-resourced plan. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think that's exactly right. And, there are instances that a corrective action plan in any of the areas, whether they be academic, financial, or operational, could be warranted. That'll be a discussion that we have with you as the authorizer, and we'll take your guidance on that.
Section 8 of the template contract talks about school performance standards, and this framework is incorporated in that. And 8.6 says, if your performance report, which is a summary of your performance to date, identifies concerns that could jeopardize renewal, if not remedied, you'll be notified and you'll have 60 days to process resolution of that. So I'm comfortable with that. Everybody gets a chance if we identify a problem, but not unlimited and not forever.
I assume the charter schools are held to the absenteeism standard as well, kind of that 10% line. Again, when we're talking about non-traditional students or students who, especially have challenges or other obstacles, you know, to overcome to be successful, I would think their absenteeism may be higher. Maybe not, but how does that factor into overall?
So
I'm happy to jump in real quick. It's a great question. And you are correct that chronic absenteeism is likely to be higher among specific schools with specific missions. We have endeavored in our Iowa school performance profiles to specifically look at growth in attendance. So it's both chronic absenteeism rate as federally defined. And then Iowa was actually a national leader in this innovative new attendance growth measure that we would expect to reflect higher numbers. But then take, for example, post-secondary readiness. Work-based learning
Right.
is an indicator in post-secondary readiness. So we would envision that the schools that have a CTE and work-based learning focus would be outperforming the state in that area.
Yeah, and that's why I think sometimes the schedule and the curriculum that, you know, they're actually in a workplace or, you know, that is a CTE element or some of those other community engagement elements will factor into the absenteeism differently from a learning standpoint and kind of how they're learning and what they're learning versus literally being in a classroom in the building or online at that time. So thanks. That I was just thinking because I knew that was a measure, but I was just trying to understand how that element factored in too. Okay.
Mission-specific goals as meet standard, its first box is aligned to innovative charter school mission. Of course, the data sources are identified by the charter school. I really like that one. Standpoint of being on a lot of school accreditation visits. So how do you know you're doing what you're supposed to be doing according to your mission? And so I'll be tuning into that one. I really like that one. So for some, it's easier, right? Well, it's our graduation rate. But for some that are more broad in general, it's a tougher question.
in this particular item in this performance framework aligns with sort of the department and the state board's broader look at outcomes versus inputs. So the community college accreditation standards that will be before you next month, shifting not completely, but folding in and providing a greater weight to outcomes. So I could have a mission that X number of my teachers will receive innovative professional development, whatever that looks like. But if it doesn't improve student achievement or student engagement, why bother? So the focus on outcomes here aligns with the department and the board's broader look at meaningful outcomes versus inputs. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I would add the mission-specific goal is really a tool that the authorizer can use to ensure that the school is delivering on the innovation that they describe in their application. And so you'll see the mission-specific goal in the performance framework. They also included a mission-specific goal in their contract in the blue line. That is a practice that I was able to pick up from a previous life to really help focus schools on delivering the innovation that they say they're going to deliver.
I thought the whole document was well done.
I did too.
There comments or questions?
I move to approve the charter school performance framework as presented.
Second.
Moved by Mary and second by Brian. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. It's 10:20. We will take a break and reconvene at 10:30. Fine. And we have the item 7, we have contract approval for Davenport and Ross.
Fantastic. Thank you, President Robbins, Director Snow, members of the board. Our first charter school contracts that we are bringing you are for Davenport Prep. And I'd like to invite our guest from Davenport Prep to join us. While he's doing so, sure. Let me just give you a little rundown of what you see in your packet and on the agenda. We have under item number 7, we actually have 3 contracts. And the reason for that is that we have Davenport Prep as a newly approved school. We also have Cedar Rapids Prep and Des Moines Prep transitioning from their old contract from last year's approval to the standard contract. We did offer all of the charter school operators the opportunity to move to the standardized contract just for ease of administration on their end as well as on ours. We did not change the years of term for the contract, so they still have the same length of contract as they had based on last year's approval, but they've moved to the standard contract language. So the first contract is for Davenport Prep, which was just approved last month for their application. My computer sadly went to sleep. In your packet, you have 3 attachments for this item. You have the blue line contract version that shows everything that's unique about this particular contract within the standard contract. You have the bylaws, and then you have just a clean copy without the blue highlights. So just a couple of highlights. I don't think it's necessary to go through every single blue line. I'm seeing head shaking.
I don't think
The
so.
answer to that is no. So I think the major highlight I would just include in 3.2, we copy pasted the mission from the school's application into the contract. Their term is through June 30th, 31. That will give them 5 years of operation. Their mission-specific goal. I'm scrolling. Mission specific. You don't want to.
No.
It's taking me a minute. We have the description under 7.1.1 of their innovative design elements that include mastery of state academic standards as for every school through individualized learning pathways program, active learning through curriculum, lesson design, effective feedback, and a skills forward focus. And so with that, I'll give our guest a chance to introduce himself and make any comments on the contract that you'd like to make.
My name is Matt Lakis, and I'm the founding principal for Des Moines Prep, which of course was approved last calendar year. And so I'm here on behalf of Opportunity Education Network to just say thank you for the support and the confidence that you've given us. We're incredibly excited about this opportunity in Davenport to serve students differently and ensure that they are set up for post-secondary success.
And the Davenport is the 26-27 school year. So you had another year basically of planning.
That is correct. So we'll be bringing on a founding principal to go through a residency year to ensure that we have everything in place for a successful start to the 26-27 school year.
With that, if there are any questions regarding the contract.
Can 8.7 talks about the performance framework metrics. And this contract says 90% plus of seniors receive at least 2 post-secondary opportunities to choose from. Could you just give me some context for that, please?
Sure. So one of the things that is important to our model is that all students graduate with 2 college acceptance letters. And how we get them there is through our Pathways program, which is a course that students take upon entry into the high school. So it's beginning first day, their 9th grade year, we are preparing them to be a successful college candidate, as well as exposing them to various universities and post-secondary pathways, which is how we deliver on that.
Thank you.
So when looking at 3.2, your mission. For every student. Don't invest in and drive their learning. I'm assuming then you'll be making connections with that and the pathways they choose. Is that your plan?
Correct. Yes. It's about exposing students to as many different opportunities as possible, including job shadow, internship, apprenticeship, but then also just your job exploration and business mentor program that's involved with our Pathways course.
Okay. And with the career path, there's a section that's Xed or struck through. Scroll to it here quick. Workforce development performance outcomes is that language is struck through.
What number is it?
7.2.
Oh, 7. Okay, that's missing.
So I don't want to speak for our applicant, but my sense was that it was duplicative of their, it belts and suspenders. The mission specific data point that was highlighted was duplicative of this language.
Additionally, President Robbins, 7.2.2 is part of the standard contract. And so for the schools that it did not apply to their programmatic model, we struck through and highlighted it blue, just so the board would see this is part of the standard contract, but does not apply to this school. So you won't see it in the clean copy.
Will we see this in other contracts?
Yes, it'll be struck through in any contract that it does not apply to.
Okay, so it's duplicative? Is that what you're saying, Thomas?
So the delivery model and the innovation for Davenport Prep incorporates this language. The Venn diagram is a circle.
Okay.
I have a question. This may apply to all of them because of the way they're signed off. In the notice provision in 18.1, it talks about John as president getting formal legal notices. If a notice came here and it said John Robbins, president, I mean, somebody's going to open that, right? I mean, should it just? Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, what if it's 10 years from now? I mean, should it say Iowa State Board of Education president is all I'm asking. Because I've seen notice provisions like get out of date and then people don't know what to do. This is more obvious. It should just be Iowa State Board of Education president. And we have a copy to Tom as well. So I don't know. Council Hayes, what do you think? I mean, is it a no big deal? Well, if you say it is, I won't worry about it.
So I think this is something to continually discuss, and if there's a need to have a more evergreen or shelf-stable version of the notice provisions, then that can be done through a pro forma amendment that would appear on your next consent agenda, as well as perhaps alterations of the future standard contract.
Yeah.
There's ways to address that concern that don't need to happen today.
Correct. It was more of a general observation. All right.
But that would be the type of non-substantive contract amendment that the department would recommend be on your consent agenda.
I mean, not that I don't want John to be president.
Forever for life.
I understand
Can we
what you're
vote on
saying.
that?
I agree.
Or at least for another year or so.
I agree with your son. But looking down the road, eventually there'll come a time where you want like a generic,
It's fine.
instead of a name.
I don't want to belabor it. Yeah.
Iowa State Board of Education president. Whenever you don't-
Yeah.
Or, name or successor. Because there's ways to address that
Right.
concern.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Anything else with the contract for Davenport?
I move we approve.
Second,
Moved by Brian and second by Cindy to approve the contract. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor, indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried, contracts approved. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Like you have a little work to do between now and
We're going to be busy.
Yeah.
We're going to be very busy, but very excited for the opportunity. Thank you all.
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna do your next two.
Oh. Well, welcome back. All right, then we have the Cedar Rapids prep transitional contract.
Correct. Thank you, President Robbins. The Cedar Rapids Prep Transitional Contract is basically identical to the Davenport Prep contract with a few exceptions, one being, of course, the location, two being the date in the recitals that indicate that the application was approved on November 1st, was signed or was submitted, I apologize, on November 1st, 23. And the state board approved the application January 11th, 2024. Of course, the term of the contract is in 4.1, runs through June 30th, 2029. Other than that, all components are the same.
So my first question was, they don't have a location yet. So will we see this again when they have a location and that gets put in, or either as a consent or as in another agenda item?
We'll bring it as an amendment. Yeah.
As an amendment? Okay. When? Because they're opening this fall, when do they need to remind me, when do they need to give us that information?
I can speak to that a little bit. I'm the Des Moines Prep principal, but I'm very much aware of what's happening in Cedar Rapids. We recently got under contract for both a permanent plot of land where we will be building a brand new building, but also a temporary facility is now under lease. And so we have a home that is just updated as of yesterday. So we will be submitting the appropriate amendment and whatever paperwork required to get that up to.
Okay. Thank you. Very timely information. But I know all the, getting things, contracts signed and all that
I wish it were sooner, but
does take
where
some
we're
time.
at.
Okay, that's good, because that's why I'm like, we seem to, right, we see these, we approve them, then we amend, we approve or revise, and then we amend, and how many times you have to see that. I know, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I move we approve.
Second,
Second by Cindy to approve the contract as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Contract's approved. Move on to the next one.
Next, we have Des Moines Prep transitional contract approval. Very similar to Cedar Rapids, different location, Des Moines. Date of approval of application, January 11th, 2024. And opening, contract expires June 30th, 2029. Opening in the fall of 2025.
question?
We have a property already closed on and we're currently under renovations. We have been over the last 4 weeks now. So we will also have to submit the proper amendment and paperwork to reflect that, but we'll be at 106 East Sixth Street, a few blocks from here.
Have you started recruiting students yet?
Yes, we just opened up our app recently and we were just featured in the Des Moines Register today, acknowledging that to the public that we are now accepting applications.
So with the next step, obviously, or maybe it's already underway, is what's the timeframe as far as hiring staff?
That'll be coming here in the next couple of weeks. Job board will be live by tomorrow, and then we will begin that process of bringing on new staff members. Very excited for that.
Otherwise, this is identical to the last one.
Yes, sir.
Move we approve.
Is that an identical motion?
And second.
It's an identical motion.
It's been moved in by Brian, second by Cindy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Just carried. All right.
Thank you. Now I. I appreciate
For three.
Yes.
Same number.
Three.
Thank you all. Have a
Thank
great
you.
rest of your day.
Okay.
Oh, hey. How are you?
Distinctive Innovation Academy.
Yes, Distinctive Innovation Academy joins us on Zoom. Hello. We can make sure she's promoted to a panelist.
Yes.
Okay. Not sure if she's frozen.
Yeah, sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. How is everybody?
Great.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, especially via Zoom. I appreciate it.
Understood. I'm glad you're here. So Distinctive Innovation Academy's contract is in your packet. They were approved last month. They're, you want me to go through all of it or not? Their mission is to create diverse, joyful, welcoming communities. Opening the 26-27 school year. Their mission specific goal as setting a new standard for 21st century personalized learning in Iowa. You can read more about that in 8.2.7. Their pillars are around academic excellence, innovation leadership, community connection, and future-ready leaders. We'll give you a minute to scroll through if you have questions for any of us. We are here to answer.
got my attention was for 8.2.7, the last paragraph. It says, as noted by multiple qualitative and quantitative surveys and tools to measure staff, student, and school culture. Do you have those tools identified yet?
We do, yes. We use the 5 essentials through the University of Chicago to survey students in grades 3 and above, as well as parents and staff. And we also use a survey called Upbeat, so 5Es takes place once a year, typically in April. And the Upbeat survey is for staff, and that survey takes place twice a year in the fall and the spring, where we then analyze those results to measure sort of the temperature in the building.
Is that going to help define the joyful part of your mission?
The students also take the Upbeat survey, and also through 5Es. Yes, it does, because we hear directly from the children how they're feeling, what they're enjoying, and it provides a forum for us to get feedback from the students, and then to engage with them through different panels or sort of advisory groups if they do want to make some changes or see some changes.
Good. I'll be looking forward to those results. So this is for the 2026-27 school year, so you have a
Yes.
little time to get ready.
A little time, yes. We're actively looking for facilities right now, working with a local broker to identify some options for us.
Have you been associated with this organization previously to this contract?
With Distinctive Schools?
Yes.
Yes, I'm the chief operating officer, and I've been with DS for 7 years now. And then in a previous career, I also worked collaboratively with them. So I've worked with DS in some way, shape, or form since 2011 when the organization was founded.
I don't have any questions.
I move we accept the contract as presented for Distinctive Innovation Company.
Moved by Cindy,
Second.
second by Mary. Further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of approving the motion, indicate by saying aye.
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 Bless you.
Opposed, same sign.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you all. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good day.
Oh, Great Oaks High School and Career Center, Davenport.
Thank you, President Robbins. Our first contract for Great Oaks is for their Davenport location. This is the application that was approved just last month at this very table. They are opening 2026-27 school year in the Davenport metropolitan area. And we have with us one of our Great Oaks guests to answer any questions.
Assuming you have that established the location.
We haven't.
I don't have any questions. Robin?
Either.
There's a question for Thomas yet. 7.2.2 is not struck these.
Well,
This is a high school.
Right.
right. And they have specific goals around credentials, stackable CTE credentials.
Or instead it was duplicative.
Let's see.
So the prior contract that you approved that had this language struck out, they had a very, very detailed measure for this. 7.2.2 relies on data that would be gathered for all public schools, charter or not. And it does align as written with the mission as presented in 3.2.
Are you, I mean, is there a question about,
This seems like, in my mind, it's, I'm sure I understand the difference, but that's okay. It's neither here nor there. It's just an observation. Because the other one that was approved, that stricken out, and they were looking at career opportunities and coming up with two different fields that they were going to be pursuing.
The prior applicant specifically, going back to the application itself, substituted, the reason it's duplicated is because the application itself substituted the two college offers in hand for this broader measure. So that's why their Venn diagram is a circle. When you look at it, when you read the application and the contract together, they specifically tapped out of or requested a waiver from this. So that's why it's a circle when you read the contract and the application together for that prior applicant.
yeah. In this one, they're detailing their CTE attainment and other activities. So, I mean, I'm good with this.
Me too. The other one was the exception.
Correct.
Right, right. I move we accept Great Oaks contract.
Approve.
Approve it, sorry, approve.
I'll second approve.
Okay, it's a good motion by Cindy. and
Where we are.
Ryan to approve the contract. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It's carried. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Des Moines.
We have Great Oaks for, this is a transitional contract.
Correct, President Robbins, just this, exactly the same as the other transitional contracts. This first one is for Des Moines South. That is the contract for the school that was just approved. And then the next one after, so this is Des Moines. This is the new contract for Des Moines South, and then 10A will be the transitional contract for the new Des Moines, for the old, not old, the currently newly opened Des Moines campus. So the contract on the table at this time is for Great Oaks Des Moines.
Agenda item 10.
Number 10.
Correct, south.
It's 10A.
No, 10.
And A is the other one.
What's confusing is that there's two Great Oaks Des Moines. One is currently open. That'll be the transition contract that we'll discuss in 10A. One under consideration right now is 10. The new one that was approved, the application was approved last month.
Like
Yeah.
one school with two campuses, basically. Separate, okay.
Yeah. One Des Moines south side is the first one, and then the transitional one is the Des Moines that we have currently open.
Open.
Yeah.
So 10 isn't really a transitional contract then.
And
10 is a new
10
contract.
Right,
Correct.
10A is new.
Right.
no, 10 is new,
10 is new.
10A is transitional.
Oh, I put an A and B underneath mine.
Oh.
It's two different ones. That's why
I know.
I'm looking at my personal notes.
So this is, yeah, the one we
I'm not
just,
an English person, but okay.
Will we approve agenda item 10, Des Moines South contract? Charter school? Et cetera.
Okay. And second, Mary to approve the contract. Is that any further discussion? Hearing none. Favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried.
All right, the next agenda item 10A, identical contract with the exception of location and dates for Great Oaks Des Moines. However, this is for the school that is open, that was approved.
contract, how's it going?
It's going exceptionally well. We are at about 164 kids and we have about 22 kind of in the bullpen that we're working through the enrollment process. Going extremely well. Got a house built out 2418 Capitol right by the state fair with Habitat for Humanity. And so the kids are out there working on the house. Fantastic, going really well.
So you're seeing these students come in like throughout the school year?
We've gone from 14 kids in August to 170 now. And have large influx over the course of the last couple of weeks after first semester was done.
And they get kind of oriented and folded
Doing
in.
full orientation with them on Mondays. Work on kind of the healing portion of things, talking about what our, what skills are that we're looking for and resiliency training and stuff like that. And then we get them accustomed to what we do academically, and then we start lining them up with IJAG, their partners with IJAG, and then start building out kind of the CTE strands as they go.
And staffing, you've been able to keep up on top of that too?
Yeah, I ended up having to hire a new English teacher over Christmas break. We had a staff member that left for personal reasons, but yeah, I was able to hire that this week and we're up and running full staff now.
Sorry, that's kind of out of scope of this discussion, but I figured as long as we had you here.
You all are the authorizers.
Yeah, that's how it's going.
Anything you want.
It's,
Question I was looking for in your contract, what was your enrollment projections?
170.
Wow.
What do you think? Is that close enough?
I think we're right there.
This year.
Just,
We'll probably be around 200.
are you keeping track of where these students are coming from as far as a 10-mile radius or more than that, or?
We have one student from every probably public school in the Des Moines area, except for, we did have one from Indianola, but they are no longer with us, but Indianola and Norwalk. Everywhere else, we have a student. So Waukee, Dallas Center, Johnston, Southeast Polk, Ankeny, Sadell, Des Moines proper, West Des Moines, Urbandale. So, yeah, we've been keeping track of that.
Okay.
That's great. Move the charter contract, Great Oaks, Des Moines, existing charter school.
On Euclid. Second.
Right, on Euclid. 101, I think it was. No,
It's
100.
been moved and second to approve the transition contract. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Assuming you're okay with it, Brooke.
Yep, sorry, I just couldn't do my unmute quick enough.
Yeah, I need to wait a little bit longer to get. All right.
You're fine, I'm just really slow.
Yeah, okay. So everybody's approved, so there's no dissension. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
So when I always do a personal note outline, and when so I have a 10A and a 10B.
Yes.
Got it. I just had a 10 and a 10A.
Yeah. That's where it,
Yeah, I got confused at number 7, way back in 7 with 7, 7A, 7B. And yeah, moved on.
I apologize. We tried to simplify, and I think in trying to simplify made it more complicated.
No, keep doing it.
no, I like,
You were
actually.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Technically, if there's a A, there has to be a B in C, technically.
Technically? Oh,
It's in my world.
Okay, there we go.
Right.
Okay, shall we move along? All right, so we covered 10. Now we're on to Horizon Science Academy, Davenport. Welcome.
Hello, good to be here.
So next, Horizon Science Academy in Davenport. As you'll recall from last month, they have a current campus in Des Moines that is thriving. They're looking at their approved application, the contract for their approved application that was approved last month. And everything, they have a target location. Looking for an opening in fall of 2020 in Davenport.
It's coming up quickly.
Very quick, yes. Definitely.
How long have you been with Horizons?
It's 2007.
2007?
Yes.
How does Davenport stack up? with the other
Actually,
schools?
we hired our secretary. So she's starting next week.
Okay,
Work with the parents. We received about 45 applications. We did not even advertise the school yet, but looks like there is good publicity there already. And We are interviewing couple of principals. In 2 weeks, we should be finalizing our.
What's your target enrollment? No, it's in yours.
210.
Yeah, 45 without doing much advertising.
Yes. This is the first time that we are having this type of experience. So
I don't have any questions.
I move that we approve the contract for Horizon Science Academy Davenport.
It's been moved by Cindy, and is that you, Brian? That's.
Yes,
I was reading.
I will second.
He might have said it in his head.
Moved by Cindy and second by Brian. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of approving the contract indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Congratulations.
thank you. Thank
Good luck.
you. Thanks for the
Yeah.
opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we are.
Go. Teacher of the year, or do we, yeah, because timing wise from other ones.
Is there a teacher of the year in the house yet?
I do appreciate how we divided up some of these, so we're, trying to catch up with all the contract stuff, and we have this little break with the teacher of the year. Nice
Yeah, that was nice.
segue, or gives our brains a little break.
So I'm just because it's a bill I worked on when it was introduced and passed, the charter schools in Davenport will be eligible to enroll students who reside on the Arsenal.
Oh,
So
Island.
even though that's in the Rock Island School District,
Yeah.
the legislature incorporated the Arsenal just because that increased student choice and school choice improved the base closure score. So in the interest of keeping the Arsenal open, General Assembly gave students who reside on base the choice of either the Moline School District or any school district in Iowa in a county that is contiguous to the Arsenal.
So they're technically, if they go there, they're technically Iowa students and
They will be on the Iowa count. So if I reside on the base and I enroll in Davenport or I enroll in Horizon Science Davenport, I will be on the Iowa count, even though I'm an Illinois resident. There's a dozen students who it might relate to, but just for your awareness.
Interesting.
And President Robbins, we have with us the 5 Iowa Teacher of the Year, Melanie Bloom, and Mainzer 2024 Teacher, and then Stephanie, who is our administrative consultant.
wonderful. Take it away.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us and welcome us. All right, as Director Snow said, I'm Stephanie Wager. I'm the administrative consultant over standards and practices and also coordinate the Iowa Teacher of the Year. As Director Snow talked about this morning, the Iowa Teacher of the Year Award was established in 1958 and is sponsored by the Iowa Department of Education through an appropriation from the Iowa Legislature. The Teacher of the Year Award recognizes exceptional teachers who demonstrate excellence in the classroom and to have made a significant impact on student outcomes and their fellow educators. The button doesn't like to work today. We have shifted to a regional Teacher of the Year model this year. So a shift from having a number of finalists, whatever that number may be from year to year, to ensuring a regional teacher from each of our educational regions. This really has given us the ability to celebrate excellent teachers in every region of the state and have those educational ambassadors across the state in those 9 regions. The Regional Teachers of the Year are honored and celebrated at our Emerging Educators Academy that Director Snow discussed this morning, and at our Iowa Teachers of the Year luncheon that will be upcoming this spring. From those 9 regional winners, an Iowa Teacher of the Year is selected, and we have her with us here today. But I'm going to talk really quickly about those 9 Regional Teachers of the Year. You can see them here. They span from financial literacy educators, elementary educators, talented and gifted, special education, science, English, agriculture. So we have such an amazing cohort of teachers, Regional Teachers of the Year this year. Director Snow talked about some of our timeline as well. The nomination period is open right now to nominate teachers. From March 10th through April 11th, we have the application period open. That's when we hope all of those nominated will submit a full application and be part of the process. Then April 11th to May 30th, we have the evaluation of those applications and holding regional virtual interviews for those regional candidates. And then in the summer, finalist interviews, and sometime in the fall of 2025, announcing the 2026 Teacher of the Year. And now I have the honor of turning it over to our 2025 Teacher of the Year, Melanie Bloom.
Welcome, Melanie.
Director Snow asked me to come introduce myself this morning, and I thought I would just come share a little bit of my story. So many of you may not be familiar with that part of the state. I teach at Sioux Central in Sioux Rapids, Northwest Iowa, and that's okay. We're really excited that a teacher from a remote rural Iowa public school district got selected as the 2025 Iowa Teacher of the Year. My story. So as a farm kid during the 1980s farm crisis, my parents held on to a fledgling family farm through sheer determination and some smart decisions during one of the most challenging economic periods for Midwestern farmers, raising hogs and cattle, corn and beans, a few half-broke horses, and 3 hardworking kids. That mentality has served me well through many situations, and we all 3 live out their credo 40 hours a week as a part-time job. I'm an agricultural educator by choice and not by chance. And so begins the Ag Teacher's Creed. My sophomore year of high school, our ag teacher hosted a state FFA officer visit, and during his presentation, I was asked what I wanted to be, and I thought I wanted to be an elementary teacher. But I remember the moment that he paused and he said, "You love ag and you love to teach. Why would you not be an ag teacher?" At the time, most of the ag teachers in Iowa were male, so it had not occurred to me that I could do that in the late 90s. I've been surrounded by great role models and mentors my entire life and my career, and I'm so thankful for the wonderful teachers who poured into me, and I hope that I'm paying that forward for my own students. All right. During my career, I've worked with so many students who just needed someone to ask them a timely question, and then to tenaciously believe in them as they pursue unique opportunities. I think a teacher's most powerful tool is opening doors for students and to help them prepare for what's behind those doors. I love opportunities for students to pursue their own questions, so inquiry and project-based learning have been a great fit in my classroom. I still get a thrill when the puzzle pieces finally fall into place for those students that struggle. Outside the classroom, my goal is to expose students to as many unique opportunities as I can as well, and to encourage them to explore those opportunities that beckon. One of my favorite phrases is, "You get out of it what you put into it." And my students repeat that pretty regularly, even when I get frustrated. Through authentic work-based learning and leadership experiences, my students prepare for future experiences. I love to work with other educators who share this mindset. More important, though, is the disconnect between modern agriculture and consumers. Less than 2% of the U.S. population produces the raw products that we consume. The Iowa statistic is much the same, surprisingly. The average U.S. consumer is several generations removed from a farming background. Therefore, preparing all students to be educated consumers is an important part of our job as educators. Students enjoy investigating current issues, food safety, sustainability, and many other topics in order to understand the products that we consume. Agriculture is a diverse field of study with more jobs than qualified candidates in an ever-changing environment. We train students with interest to be business managers, landscapers, food scientists, engineers, communicators, researchers, agronomists, floriculturists, florists, and educators, and more. While agricultural teachers in the U.S. have supervised work-based learning experiences for over 100 years with millions of work-based learning success stories, I suspect that skill development, leadership, work ethic, time management, communication, and teamwork are not unique demands from just Iowa's agriculture employers. I think all our employers look for the same characteristics in our students. Iowa's economy is in desperate need for entrepreneurs and employees from all walks of life. Career exploration through work-based learning is critical practice for students, especially those who do not find satisfaction in traditional classrooms or higher education. In college, I was asked several times why teach. My response is still the same: to make a difference. Today, my graduates since 2003 include farmers, but also service technicians, entrepreneurs, agronomists, engineers, nurses, and teachers. I collect and provide people and opportunities for my students to learn from, and I try to support students as they pursue their goals. I'm proudest of those students who are just good humans, the ones who raise others up, who build their communities, who advocate for their industry, and mentor the next crop of students. Today, my students make a bigger difference than I ever will, and I'm so proud to be a part of their stories. Looking forward, I hope that every student has access to high-quality opportunities to become educated consumers and career leaders. While Iowa's economy is driven and supported by agriculture in so many ways, preparing students for success in their future careers is a task contributed to by all educators. Curricula offering hands-on, minds-on experiences for students to try on different careers for size are critical for students to gain the practical experience, and more experience that our employers demand. Finally, in order to prepare students, we face a looming shortage of qualified teachers. Even with great alternative certification pathways in Iowa, recruiting both students and experienced professionals to join the ranks of teachers, then provide appropriate preparation will be critical in keeping teaching positions filled. I see many teacher preparation programs finding creative ways to expose pre-service and beginning teachers to great mentors, vibrant classrooms, and positive experiences, and I'm excited about the impact that will have on our profession. When our newest teachers feel that they already have a toolbox of strategies and a strong professional learning community before day one of their first teaching contract. Not only does the profession need to appeal to young people, but we need to ensure that those already in classrooms have adequate experience, resources, and supports to make a difference for the students they work with every day. We're all aware of increased responsibilities that teachers have compared to just a few years or just a few decades ago. But I wonder if we're really hearing the stories behind burnout and turnover. There is no such thing as work-life balance, but there are strategies to make personal priorities more attainable in a busy job. Educational leaders who take a hard look at institutional goals and have frank conversations with our great teachers will be able to determine what we should be doing as educators and what we're doing that may not be serving ourselves or our students. In closing, I'm so honored and privileged to serve as the 2025 Iowa Teacher of the Year. Let's make education bloom to make Iowa's future brighter.
Assuming unintended. You didn't bring your owl today.
I didn't, and I forgot my owl pin too. I've thought about calling Alan. Do you have an extra pin?
You want to inform the rest of the board what an owl means?
So the owl is a time-honored emblem of knowledge and wisdom. So as the FFA advisor, I'm expected to give good advice and help my students be able to lead their chapter and lead their members.
I think both John and Brian participated in this process of selection. Is that true? Oh,
No, that was.
what was that you both were on?
So
That was a
that was a student presidential scholar.
presidential scholar.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I have had
I won't take credit. I won't
If we
take
would have participated, we would.
Right. For 2 years. Oh,
We have pulled board members to serve on a number of committees. The Teacher of the Year process, again, relies upon principals, administrators, and teachers in different regions to help select the regional Teacher of the Year. And then we have, again, associations, AEA representatives, administrators, superintendents, principals, educators, former Teachers of the Year or current Teachers of the Year in that statewide selection.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I like the regional approach as well.
Oh, yeah.
That's really a great opportunity to recognize all of the great teaching that's happening in this state.
Tell us about your program. I'm specifically interested in what grade levels that you're involved with or your school district's involved with.
I could talk for hours about my program. So Sioux Central is a remote rural school district. We have about 700 students in a pre-K to 12 building, all in one building. I teach a couple of middle school exploratory courses for 7th and 8th graders. And then my primary contract, though, is 9th through 12th graders and just high school agricultural education. So we have a lot of agri-science. We have a separate industrial tech teacher who has a shop. And so I don't do any shop hands-on experiences. We did just build a new greenhouse. I have about 60 high school FFA members and another 25 middle school members and another somewhere between 10 and 15 every year collegiate members that I manage as well. So we do a lot of science. In fact, last year, the legislature passed the bill to allow some agriculture courses for science credit towards graduation, and we have really benefited from that. So I've got a lot of students taking classes this year. Really excited that they don't have to take chemistry, physics, advanced anatomy, and physiology because they want to go to trade school, and they're just not sure that those classes were a good fit for them. So they're in my room taking more agriculture courses and really excited about the science that they're still getting in my classroom.
Did I hear that your campus is on one site as far as middle school?
Yes.
That makes it
Yes.
nice, doesn't it?
We're an enormous school district, over 760 square miles. We pull students from 11 different zip codes into one building and just south of Sioux Rapids. And so the central campus has just been absolutely wonderful for our district rather than trying to operate multiple buildings around a district.
Is it elementary there too?
Yes, pre-K to 12. Yeah.
It's small because I was an interim superintendent where they had it was an FFA, but they had farm experiences.
Yes.
For elementary kids.
Yes.
It's pretty amazing, actually. It's
Yep. My kids.
hands-on learning is just phenomenal. For some kids just are not book learners, and
Right.
some are, and you have a combination of all of them.
Right.
And she's being very modest. She really built the program from the ground up. So
Sioux Central, none of the Sioux Central districts had had an ag program prior to 2001. So I was really the first full-time teacher in place. And so we kind of came from nothing, and it's been a lot of fun. A little frustrating from time to time too, but a lot of fun.
Ag programs exist around the state, you know?
Alan Spencer's.
285.
Okay.
There's about 307 ag teachers that we have. We share some programs with different schools. And of that, there's about 36,000 students that take agriculture classes in Iowa. 20,000 of those are FFA members, which is our career technical student organization.
Alan, would you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm Alan Spencer. I'm the educational consultant for agricultural education here on this floor in Career Tech Ed. And I'm the state FFA advisor. So I've only been here since June, but I did work at the Department of Ed previously. I have 16 years in the classroom, but I worked here for 8.5 years before managing the Iowa FFA Association.
I'm Heather Meissen. I'm the administrative consultant for CTE in the Bureau of CTE post-secondary graduates.
And Heather helped lead the work-based learning we talked about earlier in the day.
Nice, very nice. And congratulations on building a program. That's not an easy task by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, because I grew up in Emmitsburg, so.
Oh my goodness, okay.
Neck of the woods, right? And had obviously, and I'll say I was farm adjacent. Literally, the farm field was behind our house. I was not on a farm, but FFA was very familiar in our school district, but I don't remember the ag education. I didn't take any of those.
Right.
But even having that kind of a being in a farm community, you still get that where the food comes from, that kind of stuff. And now, being several decades removed, right? Our kids, a city girl from Cedar Rapids now, you know, they don't have that connection.
Right.
And so it's so important in all of our districts because, right? I mean, this is really important stuff, what we eat, what we drink, you know, what fuels our bodies. And of course, just from an economic standpoint in this state, what fuels our economy.
Yes.
But I think that's amazing now that these students recognize too what these career opportunities are. Because, right, it was, were you going to go back and work on the farm? And now with technology and the research and the science behind all the innovations I mean, it's just amazing. So yeah, thank you for what you're doing to help all of our students understand the impacts. So it's very cool.
My pleasure.
What do you think about all the automation that's taking place in the ag industry? It's really interesting.
It's fascinating to me. And a lot of it is probably, I started teaching back in the last century. And so it's still over my head. I'm trying to keep up with it just so my students can learn about it as well. I think it's amazing, some of the opportunities it's creating, but I think it's also creating some more time and some more opportunities for us to be a little bit more innovative and to come up with some better solutions to some of our food security issues.
Yeah.
As well.
What about the legacy aspects of this? Are there supports in place to continue this on indefinitely? The program you worked so hard to create? No, in the ag, you know, at your school, are there other teachers? Are there other, you know, administrative support? FFA, I'm sure, is very big.
Yeah.
Well, as most of any of our teaching jobs that we have in Iowa, we have, you know, we have a tough time filling some of the positions. In agricultural education, we're a little bit more fortunate. We're not near as low as, like, say, industrial tech would be. There aren't as many institutions that produce as many industrial tech teachers, but we have several institutions in Iowa, Iowa State, Morningside, Dort, and Upper Iowa has a program as well to create ag teachers. And then we have several states right around us that do as well. And so we've been fortunate to fill most of our positions every year, but we do have occasionally some problems in certain areas where they just can't find anybody and they gotta wait a year. So, but it has, we've been fortunate. There are other states that have had a lot of problems finding some of the teachers, but agricultural education, it's because of the success of the student organization, the FFA, where most ag teachers were members of the FFA at one point. And so that has made a huge impact on what we do. Like your sister.
And Melanie, you've talked a lot about ensuring that you are paying it forward, investing in future generations of teachers. You've served as a teacher mentor.
Yeah.
You've served as faculty in a teacher prep program. Can you talk both about your supports for new educators and pre-service educators throughout your career?
Oh, gosh. I think our State Ag Teachers Association has done a phenomenal job of organizing a mentoring program. And I didn't get to help organize that early on, but I've been a volunteer with it for quite a few years. And that has been a wonderful opportunity for our youngest students, our youngest teachers, to be paired with some experienced mentors. Now, several of our colleges, Morningside and Iowa State, also pair their students up with mentors as well. And so it's a lot of fun to bring those students into my classroom and let them observe and learn from what we're doing in classrooms and just get to build relationships with us before they even go out to student teach. And I think that's been a really powerful way to help those students really determine, is this what I want to do with the rest of my career, or maybe this isn't the place for me. Maybe it isn't a good fit. So I also took, I have not taught all 23 years of my career. So I spent 7 years writing curriculum for Ag Science Education, or CASE project, which is a national curriculum project, writing inquiry-based agri-science education curriculum. And that was an amazing experience, getting to work with educators, administrators, state leaders across the country, to kind of rise the tide for all ag teachers across the country. just bringing some great curricular resources out there at a time when there really wasn't a lot available for ag teachers.
And I remember under the STEM Advisory Council
Yes.
case,
Yes.
when it came in and it was very big and very well accepted,
Yeah.
because I think you're right.
Yeah.
Educators were like, we need this.
There's nothing.
Right?
Yeah.
And that was a big deal.
Yeah.
So
It was.
cool.
I was so excited to be part of that. So, yeah.
And that's obviously leadership and one of our statewide priorities to support schools and districts in implementing high quality instructional materials. And obviously both of our incredible teachers of the year, Melanie and Ann, support strong teacher pipeline through recruitment and retention. Ann has had a deep focus on two of our priorities around narrowing and closing achievement gaps through accountability and support, and then evidence-based reading instruction. And obviously Melanie is an expert in multiple pathways to post-secondary success and work-based learning. Would you talk a little bit too about how career exploration, especially in middle school, is so important to meaningful work-based learning in high school?
I'm the mother of 3 teenage daughters and we live on a farm. None of my daughters probably will come home to farm. And we're excited about that because that means that they've found some other opportunities, but all 3 within agriculture. So my oldest is a freshman in agronomy at Iowa State. My middle will be attending to Western Illinois next year to run. She'll be studying veterinary pathology. And my youngest, I think, will probably end up in an ag business program. I think a lot of kids aren't exposed to enough careers early on. And so they feel a little bit limited to just the careers that they see. And so even at a small school district like ours, we've got a lot of kids that I'm going to farm because that's what dad does. And we don't have that many of those, but the ones that are from farm backgrounds, they think that's what they need to be doing until I get a hold of them. And then a lot of them also see like coaching and physical therapy, right? So those are really the two. And I cannot believe out of a graduating class of 60 last year, how many said like they're interested in physical therapy because they've been athletes their entire career. And those are the careers that they've been exposed to up to this point. They've worked closely with physical therapists through injury. And so that's the direction they go, and they get to college and they go, well, maybe I don't really want to do this because I don't like blood, or I don't. I think for middle schoolers and then my freshmen especially, we spend a lot of time just exploring careers. Like choose one that sounds interesting. We do some foundational SAE. They explore some careers and then they're expected to go job shadow and interview and spend some time with people in those careers. And whether they choose it and pursue it or not, at least they've talked to somebody and they've been exposed to. So I had some students just a couple of weeks ago get to go over to Wells Blue Bunny in Lamar's, and they came back talking to the food scientists and the new product developers, and they got to see the lab and they got to taste the ice cream, and it was like this whole world had opened, and they came back and we're talking to the whole class about it, and everybody in the class is like, that's a job? Like you can get paid to taste food? I'm like, yes. So I love getting to expose kids to some new opportunities. We've got so many careers and so many jobs that are open. We're told, my friend Mike Gall at Iowa State talks about the number of agribusinesses that come in every fall just at Iowa State that cannot fill positions in agribusiness and food science and agronomy and in technology. They can't graduate enough students there. And he said it's that way for all levels of education, whether it's high school or postgraduate. So it's, I think it's something that we're all thinking about, like, how do we help fill some of those jobs that need to be filled?
So how does it look at a school like Des Moines or Cedar Rapids, where again, they probably not thinking about ag careers traditionally. But you mentioned like the horticulture florist, or now, you know, kind of these boutique farms, right? Raising, you know, heritage breeds or pollinators and that kind of, all of that stuff. How does that, how are you engaged in that, and how you're bringing that into the conversation?
Yeah, I hope so. So when I talk about my 60 high school students, I would say maybe 15 of them come from a family that has a full-time farmer as one of their adults.
Yeah.
The vast majority of my students are not farm students. And so while we're not an urban district, we definitely have students that have more of the urban mindset or mentality, the misunderstandings of what they're doing. I love what Mike Nag is doing over at iDells with the Choose Iowa branding. For those boutique farms and for our locally grown products, I think that's going to rise in popularity. And I think most of us as ag teachers are really looking at that going, like, we need to be involved in that. And so our greenhouse, we're starting a farmer's market at our school with our greenhouse produce and allowing other people to come in. because our school district is also a food desert. We have one grocery store in 11 communities. And so we're looking at a massive shortage of locally grown food or fresh produce being available as well in most of our communities. And so I think that's going to come down to rural leadership to fill some of those gaps. Very, very exciting things. Now, Alan can speak more about the urban programs in Iowa, but we're seeing massive increases. Ames, Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, starting ag programs and just doing some phenomenal things. My friend Anna Brooks is the ag teacher at Ames, and this is her first year there, and just an explosion of interest in students up there. Hundreds of students already interested just in her first year up there, and what they're doing. And again, no production type courses, no production focus there, but definitely that career and talent pipeline that's going to suit all of agriculture, but also other industries as well. I've got a lot of students going into medical fields and nursing. And I think the intersection of what we eat and how healthy we are, I think is a good conversation for our students to think about as well.
So are you producing any eggs up your way?
Should have. That would have been a great gift to pass around as eggs.
Seriously.
Yeah.
So you'll have a leave of absence for the year.
Yeah.
So what's the plan B for your program and your students?
That, I mean, as we talk about teacher shortages, it's very real for us. We have not yet found somebody to take the job for a year. And so we're starting to get a little bit creative as far as how we're going to hold things together. I've built a program that's kind of a monster. And there's going to be a lot of chaos. And so we're trying to find the right people to plug into the right places to make that work. The search continues. Ask again in a month. Hopefully we've got a plan. But we've had some interested people reach out, but it's causing a little anxiety.
Maybe somebody from the DE can take a sabbatical for a year.
Alan's just getting started.
My wife wants me to. I think it's on Highway 71.
It is on Highway 71.
It's only like 3.5 hours.
That's not that far.
No.
I know. Right. No, and a lot of the challenge with any teacher is location and understanding, because, you know, we can find, it's easier a little bit to find people in more urban. You get out to some of the places where you have to live, you get a first year teacher out there and they go, is this where I'm living now? And then they might find something else. So you find people that are from the area.
Other questions or comments?
Very exciting to meet you.
Thank you.
Very inspiring.
Thank you.
Very much so.
I'm
Congratulations.
so excited.
We're going to break for lunch and we're going to, I'm assuming lunch is ready. Anyway, obviously we'd like to have you stick around.
Thank you.
We'll break until, let's go to 12:20.
It's the coffee pot.
Oh, thank you. It's like, I'm like, is somebody?
Charter school contract approval for Red Barn Schoolhouse.
Thank you, President Robbins.
We have some guests online. Welcome.
They're waving at us from Crescent. Our next contract and final contract of the day is with the Red Barn Schoolhouse. They are starting up in August 2025. They have a location in Crescent, Iowa, elementary school. And their application was approved last month. And before you, we have their contract. And we have them, if there are questions.
Question for you. Is this the first charter school that had a schoolhouse when they applied?
That I'm aware of, since I've been here, I believe so.
Hamburg Charter High School, which is a school board, state board model, they had a facility located, but they had different circumstances because they weren't, the school board itself was the founding group.
Anything you want to highlight, Deborah?
Maybe they're under 7.1. Their design elements are their 4 pillars are nature-based learning, collaborative instruction, integrated curriculum delivered through project and inquiry-based learning, and multi-tiered systems of support. Looking at 7.2, of course, all content standards apply. 7.1 and 7.2.2 are struck because it's an elementary school, not a high school. Their mission specific goal in 8.2.7 is around safe and effective nature-based programming that improves their academic performance and mental well-being. They have set measurements and targets and methodology for measuring their mission specific goal.
I don't have any questions on this one.
No, don't either.
Question for our guests is, what initial excitement or enrollment? What's the buzz out in your area about the Red Barn School?
It's
Red Barn.
Yeah, it's looking really great. We're furiously working behind the scenes to put some of we've got the
We lost you there for a couple seconds.
Oh, apologies. I was just describing how last week we met with the AEA to go over some of our infrastructure build out for HR and business financing and accounting. The interest among the community is exciting. We've got our website launched and some pre-enrollment link that we're building out to gauge interest from parents and community members as we build out our formal enrollment procedures. But we've heard from more teachers since our approval. We've heard from a couple more potential administrators since our approval, and more families continue to show interest. So we're very excited about being able to meet our enrollment goals.
When they fall
Hey.
asleep.
I don't either. It's really real.
You paused again, Matt, so.
I apologize. Long story short, we're ready to get going. We've got our infrastructure in place. We've got a strong team to help get to our opening deadlines, and we're really excited about the potential of bringing on our formal staff, a principal and teachers as quickly as we're able.
Comments or questions regarding the contract?
I move that we approve the contract for Red Barn Schoolhouse. It's presented.
Second.
Cindy and second by Brian to approve the contract. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Contracts approved. Congratulations.
Thanks for all your support. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And our invite to come out to the barn still stands for anybody in the room there who's interested.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Interesting field.
Thank you.
Board.
Good luck.
Yeah.
All right, so
Treat there.
to Perkins State Plan.
Yep. Up and down low.
Welcome.
Oh. Sir. Ready?
Ready?
All right.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you again. My name is Heather Meissen, and I am the Administrative Consultant for Career and Technical Education in the Bureau of CTE and Post-Secondary Readiness. And in my role, I oversee regional planning partnerships, industry recognized credentials, and the CTE portion of community college accreditation. I also support work-based learning, career and academic planning, and science work. I'm joined today by my colleague, Cale Hutchings, and I will let him introduce himself.
Thanks, Heather. My name is Cale Hutchings, and I'm the Applied Science Industrial Technology Consultant in the Bureau of CTE and Post-Secondary Readiness. We are here today to share with you information about Iowa career and technical education, as well as strengthening career and technical education for the 21st Century Act, known as Perkins 5 federal grant funding opportunity for CTE programs.
Okay, press the button. Not advancing. Spacebar it is.
Kind of an overview approach. Career and technical education in Iowa prepares students for college and careers by combining academic and technical content with meaningful career planning, by providing work-based learning experiences to develop skills for post-secondary success through internships, quality pre-apprenticeships, and registered apprenticeship models. Also by offering opportunities for CTE-specific concurrent enrollment and regional center programming access, and by creating leadership activities through career and technical student organizations. Examples here include chapter organized service learning projects, leadership conferences, and competitive events. In Iowa, CTE programs are organized into 6 broad content areas: agriculture, food, and natural resources. Programs focus on careers in agribusiness, environmental science, horticulture, and related fields. Applied sciences, technology, engineering, and manufacturing, covering topics like transportation and logistics, engineering, construction, and advanced manufacturing. Business, finance, marketing, and management, preparing students for careers in entrepreneurship, accounting, advertising, and administration. Health sciences, focusing on healthcare professions, including nursing, medical technology, and health informatics. Human services, exploring fields like education, social work, and family services. And information solutions, offering pathways in IT, cybersecurity, programming, and data analytics.
Right, as you already know, maintaining high-quality CTE programs is a top priority in the state of Iowa. At the high school level, Iowa Administrative Code Chapter 12 accreditation requires school districts to offer CTE programs in at least 4 of the 6 CTE areas that Cale just discussed, ensuring consistent access to robust educational opportunities. Community colleges offer a variety of CTE programs as well, and the types of programs offered are determined by local workforce needs. One way to ensure the quality of both secondary and post-secondary CTE programs is through a regular program approval process. Iowa Administrative Code Chapter 46 mandates the Iowa Department of Education to approve all high school and community college CTE programs and requires that 20% of CTE programs are reviewed on an annual basis. 15 regional planning partnerships, or RPPs, which are more or less aligned to the community college regions, also play a vital role in supporting and developing the best approaches for delivering high-quality CTE programs at the school districts by fostering collaboration between school districts, community colleges, AEAs, representatives of regional economic and workforce entities, representatives of business and industry, and CTE teachers and faculty. Through these partnerships, Iowa school districts take advantage of the size, scope, and quality that robust regional planning creates for all CTE programs. More specifically, RPPs ensure quality CTE programming by developing and updating a multi-year plan addressing the delivery of quality CTE programs, reviewing secondary CTE programs for approval by the department through the self-study process, and participating in the planning of concurrent enrollment coursework, career academies, and centers. Much of the financial support to maintain high-quality CTE programs comes from Perkins funding. The Strengthening Career and Technical Education Act for the 21st Century, or Perkins 5, provides nearly $1.4 billion annually to support CTE programs across the nation. In Iowa, these funds are allocated to high schools, community colleges, and charter schools. The amount of money that each state and each local community receives is determined by poverty levels and population. Perkins funds can be used for a variety of things to support CTE programming, such as professional development, the development and improvement of programs of study, career exploration, data collection and analysis, and career and technical student organizations. Perkins 5 also contains provisions in the law that prioritize expanding access to and supporting success within CTE programs for 9 special populations. These different special population groups are listed here on this slide. I'm going to turn it back over to Kale now, who will present some of our recent Perkins data.
Thanks. Career and technical education programs in Iowa serve 68.5% of high school students with over 107,000 participants across 304 school districts. At the post-high school level, over 6,600 students participate in CTE programs offered by all 15 community colleges, which provide 1,401 degree and diploma and certificate options through credit and non-credit courses. The top career clusters for high school students taking at least one course were business management and administration, human services, architecture and construction, and ag, food, and natural resources. As high school students developed interest in pursuing a career pathway by taking multiple CTE courses, agriculture, food, and natural resources moved to the top of that list. At the post-high school level, 10.3% of community college students participate in CTE programming, with health sciences, manufacturing, agriculture, and business cluster areas having the most interest. The career clusters with the most enrollment for students earning 12 credits or more are health sciences, ag, manufacturing, and architecture and construction. For FY25, Iowa's Perkins federal grant allocation was a little over $14 million. This amount has increased on average by 2% each of the last 4 years. Funds are split, with 50% going to high schools and 50% going to community colleges. 3% of funds are reserved and used for special statewide initiatives. Recipients complete a comprehensive local needs assessment when making decisions on where to direct funds. A comprehensive local needs assessment is a requirement for local recipients under Perkins 5 that helps to guide the use of this funding. It involves evaluating local workforce needs, student performance, program quality, and accessibility in CTE programs to address gaps.
Can I ask a question, Beck? So one of the areas of funding, like the career and college and career transition counselors, is fairly new. So I'm assuming these focus areas change slightly depending on what's happening in the, but is it a traditional about 3% overall each year, and it kind of gets funneled into those areas that are sort of priorities at the current time?
Yeah, past initiatives have been concurrent enrollment opportunities for students. The CCTC opportunities kind of moving forward for this year. And we're also looking into industry recognized credentials becoming, another initiative with this reserve funding. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So and thanks so much, Kel. Just to add a little additional context, we initially ran the Credentials to Careers grant competition to support existing CTE programs and aligning to an industry recognized credential through our federal COVID relief funds. But we are continuing on a smaller scale that grant opportunity open to all fields using the Perkins State Reserve. And then we've also got that specific grant opportunity around credentials to childcare careers that we talked about earlier today. When we look across the nation, Iowa has one of the lowest state reserves. The allowability is actually up to, Heather, do you want to jump in on this?
I don't know what the allowable amount is, but I think the average that states do is about 7%.
Oh, you mean, so we're doing 3, but other states are doing 5 or 7?
On average, 7%.
Interest
to 7.
So that's something that we're looking at, especially as we've got these significant statewide strategic priorities.
This does not go towards funding like the career academies. It'd be more like the professional development or other things for the educational providers, right?
So professional development is a small portion of this. The vast majority of those funds are going straight to CTE programs to align to an industry recognized credential, or going straight to CTE programs to help launch a college and career transition counselor, but it has phased out investment. So there's a sustainability match over time as the department startup funds decrease.
Okay. So I'm sorry, so none of this money goes to capital or equipment, or it can? Is that what you?
The Perkins funding that the school districts and community colleges receive.
Yes.
So the reserve funding, that 3% is what we use for special projects. We can use at our discretion, but like the vast, that 50% allocation that they get, that goes towards the professional development, the equipment, the programming.
Okay, that helps. That's where I was, I think, getting things a little confused. Thank you.
I think that the main point is that 3% is then mostly administered back directly to CTE programs to achieve strategic objectives. So they could use that 3% also for equipment. Say they're working to align a CTE program to an industry recognized credential. And to do so, they need that teacher to attain the industry recognized credential themselves.
Gotcha.
And they need to purchase this curriculum and they need to purchase this equipment. And they don't have it in their regular formula funds. That would be a strategic investment.
Okay. Okay, get that. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So each eligible agency that desires assistance for any fiscal year under the Perkins 5 Act must prepare and submit a state plan. And in subsequent years, state plan revisions to the Secretary of Education. The Iowa Department of Education's 2020 Perkins State Plan extends through the 2024-25 school year, and we're currently working on writing a new 4-year state plan. Developing the state plan is a collaborative effort, starting with setting the state determined levels of performance, which I'll talk about in a bit. Stakeholder engagement began last October, and we are currently working on a draft of the state plan, incorporating any stakeholder feedback that we received. The stakeholders included secondary and post-secondary educators, business leaders, and representatives of special populations. And they provided feedback on topics like work-based learning, industry recognized credentials, career technical student organizations, career counseling for the middle grades, and CTE teacher recruitment and retention. As part of the state planning process, we are required to have a 30-day public comment period, and this is tentatively scheduled from mid-March to mid-April. Any feedback that we receive from that public comment period be incorporated into the final draft of the state plan. After getting the governor's signature in May, we will submit the newly revised state plan to the United States Department of Education before the May 31st deadline.
And just to kind of reiterate some of the themes that we got from the stakeholder feedback sessions, the feedback emphasized the importance of continuing the CTE Bureau's work with industry recognized credentials, career and technical student organizations, teacher recruitment and retention, work-based learning, and strengthening career and technical education programs overall. Current and future initiatives surrounding these topics will be included in the revised plan.
So with accountability for results being a central focus of Perkins 5, states are required to post annually on core indicators of performance at both the secondary and post-secondary levels. So this slide contains the Perkins accountability indicators that are measured in the state of Iowa. These include, but are not limited to, graduation rates, academic proficiency, participation in work-based learning, and post-program and post-secondary placement, which includes employment, enrollment at a college, or military participation. We will also be measuring a new indicator related to the percentage of students who attain IRCs or community college award, such as a certificate or diploma at the secondary level. This indicator was already being measured at the post-secondary level. The data that we are collecting around IRCs will also be used as one of the post-secondary readiness indicators for the school performance profiles. In addition to collecting stakeholder feedback during the writing of our new 4-year Perkins State Plan, we were also required to set state-determined levels of performance for each of these accountability indicators. States must achieve at least 90% of these goals to be considered successful in their CTE programs. Historically, in Iowa, we have met or exceeded these state-determined levels of performance. Our new metrics for the next 4 years, which were approved after extensive public feedback, are ambitious but align with our commitment to student success in CTE programming. So with that, we would like to open it up to any questions you might have. This is not an item to be voted on. And also not present today is Jeffrey Fletcher, who works with Iowa Grants and Perkins Accountability and Monitoring, but he is really our Perkins guru as far as the nitty gritty and the dollar amounts. But his contact information is up here if you have any questions specific for him.
What's a community college award? Sorry, I understand the IRC.
Right. So community colleges in Iowa have certificates, which are 0 to 48 credit hours, diploma awards, which are 15 to 48 credit hours, and then the associate's degrees is, those 2-year awards that they would get. So there's different options, and
Okay.
when
It's what you get when you complete the course
yeah, a series of
or courses.
Yep.
Okay.
And community college will often ladder those smaller certificate and diploma awards into their 2-year programs as well.
Okay. Thank you.
The amount of money that we receive or will receive this year, how does that compare with previous years?
We don't know yet what we're going to get for the upcoming year, but I think the amount we just received for this year was a slight increase.
Yeah,
Maybe like
just under
percentage point.
2% increase. And all indications point to the same type of funding.
So the scenario that's out there is that the Department of Education will be dismantled. Where will the Perkins funding go? At one time, it was located somewhere else.
Right.
And I'm assuming it's going to stick around, but it may be a different, do you guys have any insight on that?
That's all I've heard is
They
that
haven't
it
asked you yet or
was
not?
given to someone other agency. I don't know. I hope it doesn't go away. I know as much as you know.
Yeah. And then just clarifying, so at the community college level, that's for both credit and non-credit?
Perkins funding goes towards credit.
Only towards credit.
Programming.
Okay.
There are different funding sources for the non-credit side.
Okay.
Just one other connection to make is we've talked a lot about our unified school accountability system, even earlier today, in the performance framework. And we've had a strong focus on integrating our ESSA, our Every Student Succeeds Act, or Elementary and Secondary Education Act accountability system with our IDEA, or Special Education Accountability System. And we are also focused on ensuring that cohesiveness with our Perkins accountability system. And especially when we look at our post-secondary readiness indicator, how we've updated that much more so aligns with these Perkins accountability indicators. So it's the work-based learning experiences attained, industry recognized credentials attained, and college credit attained, as opposed to the historical inputs model. So that's another complementary component.
That makes a lot of sense when I see this. It does seem very aligned and all kind of dovetailing in to those outcomes.
Has there been any shifts in popularity of programs over the last 5 to 10 years? You kind of have a rank order of the most popular with 1 credit hour and 4 credit hours. Is that
some of the emerging programs would be in that world of computer science information solutions by far, as far as schools onboarding those types of programs, schools developing that type of programming, definitely the most popular. And then, year over year, traditionally, the family and consumer sciences programs have the most enrollment numbers or some of the most engagement from students across, all of that high school setting, with a lot of those students maybe taking 1 or 2 and then moving into maybe a different career pathway. But those are kind of the 2 trends that we see year over year.
Yeah, the computer science, AI, cyber,
right,
all those, digital technology stuff. I would see that as a big area.
In my previous role, I approved the community college programming, and that was probably the number of new awards or new programs that they wanted to offer were in the IT computer science areas.
so? It needs to be signed, sealed, and delivered at the end of May, huh?
plan. I'm like, I have no concerns that, these guys, we will get it done. It's to your point, what happens when you send it off to Washington? Right.
It'll happen. Other questions or comments? Looks like you have a good process in place and we're anticipating a successful approval of it and our schools and kids will be better for it.
Do stakeholders, do you get new ones? You know, like the people that you're getting input from, are they, like, people hear about this and they want to participate?
We try to be very deliberate about the stakeholders we engage based on, the size of schools, populations, areas, to try to get representation. Also, the Perkins federal legislation is fairly prescriptive about the folks that need to be at the table and the roles and backgrounds that they have. So we have to track that and have that feedback as well. So, those that remember House File 2392 and the CTE redesign and those stakeholder groups, a lot of that has been shifted to new members offering input on CTE from just 5 or 6 years ago in those organizational meetings.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're on to Workforce Training and Economic Development Fund reports.
Hello.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you. Ready for me?
We are ready.
All right, sounds great. Well, good afternoon. My name is Robin Lilienthal, Administrative Consultant in the Bureau of Community Colleges. Part of my responsibility is to prepare the Workforce Training and Economic Development Fund Progress Report and Plan. This program is known by its acronym as WTED. And I'm here today to give you an overview of this report and share some key highlights that are contained within it. The WTED program was established 22 years ago as part of the Grow Iowa Values Fund, or Iowa Code 260C18A, and receives funding through the Iowa Skilled Worker and Job Creation Fund. The title of that fund is an indicator of the purpose for the WTED funds. Iowa's 15 community colleges each receive an annual allocation to develop projects that educate and train skilled workers. The report that you received as part of your board packet is divided into 2 sections. The first section is called the Progress Report and covers the fiscal year 2024 actual program activity. And the second section is called the Plan and details the fiscal year 2025 anticipated project spending. First, I'll discuss the Progress Report. The historical allocation for all community colleges is $15 million, but each college is allocated monies based on the community college state funding formula. To give you an idea of the funding range, the smallest college allocation is $282,500, and the largest college allocation is just under $4 million. As you may guess, allocations vary due to enrollment patterns at the community college. Code outlines 10 potential project areas, but colleges have typically focused on the areas highlighted on this slide. However, 95% of the projects fall in 3 areas: career and technical education programs, business and industry training, and career academies. Programs offered within the projects are expected to educate and train participants for employment. Code further specifies that at least 70% of funding must be allocated to targeted program clusters in advanced manufacturing, information technology and insurance, alternative and renewable energy or life sciences that includes biotechnology, healthcare, and nursing. Historically, the community colleges exceed that mandate, and FY24 is no exception, with over 90% of the programs falling into the targeted clusters. advanced manufacturing, and nursing account for 57.2% of the program areas. This aligns with areas of significant need for skilled workers in the state. The WTED report provides additional information illustrating how the statewide budget was spent in direct expenses and across both project areas and program clusters. Also in FY24, over 80,000 participants were involved with projects receiving WTED funding. 10% were high school students involved in career academies. There were also over 65,000 program completers, which includes 61% of the completers involved in business and industry training or retraining. Something to note about the participant and completer data is that this report covers the fiscal year, but programs overlap fiscal year. So some completers may have been counted as a participant in a prior year, and other participants may not complete programs until next year. Further, the report lists businesses served by the WTED projects. In FY24, 2,700 businesses benefited from WTED projects, of which 46% were identified as small businesses or entrepreneurs. As indicated earlier, Part 2 of the report outlines the FY25 WTED plans. Per code expectations, each college submitted an anticipated plan for spending their WTED allocation to the department. For FY25, the colleges anticipate 91% of their funding being allocated to the targeted program clusters. They further anticipate similar budget allocations to the Career Academy, Career and Technical Education, and Business and Industry Training project areas. Finally, the plan estimates 76,000 participants, and the community colleges will work with over 2,800 businesses. Each of the college's FY25 plans are included in the WTED report. This concludes the Workforce Training and Economic Development Fund annual report presentation as required in administrative code. I submit these plans to you for approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
That there's a EMSI subscription. Tell me what that is. I asked this question last year and because it was under everybody's expenditures. Yeah.
Yes, and so what that is the colleges got together and identified an analysis tool through this EMS organization that they felt would be really helpful with their data gathering and decision making related to the goals and outcomes for skilled worker training and related information, labor market forecasts, employer forecasts, and things. So they determined that they would like to allocate a portion of their total WTED funding. So to make things simple, what they do is we contract with Hawkeye Community College, who holds the actual contract, and actually give the allocation to them to pay for the subscription so that each of the colleges has access to that.
That's a data analysis tool for projected.
It's labor market.
Labor market information. It really lets them get really granular into more specifically what they might be seeking information as they start to prepare and make decisions about programs that they want to offer or areas that they need to get involved with.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I don't know if it's more clear than last year, but we'll see.
I'll see if my memory is good next year.
That's right.
So I don't have I know the community college's funding formula changed or kind of how that divvied up, or is this part of that, or is this separate?
Not, so that was the general aid, and that is now voted on by and agreed to by the community college presidents.
Yeah.
And then submitted to the Department of Education.
Okay.
And then if there is not agreement, there's a specific protocol on how the department is to proceed.
But the WTED stuff is
Separate and apart.
Okay, thank you. I know that was recent presentation I think they made to the legislature. And so I was like, I couldn't remember, so that's helpful. And this chart, because when we talked about the career, the CTE right before you know, obviously for the student, the advanced manufacturing is lower down. You know, the business programs and everything are up higher. And I was like, I always thought like advanced manufacturing and the medical stuff, nursing stuff was higher. Well, that's, yes, at this level, when you're talking about that work-based, training and education for our workforce, that makes a lot more sense. So this, no questions.
So is there any follow-up studies as far as we have the participants, the completers, and do we have any follow-up as far as people who are successfully employed for 1 or 2 years afterwards? I know that data is very hard to collect, but is it out there at all?
I'm going to refer.
Yeah, so this fund can be used for like the GAP program, for example, and we have done GAP program outcomes because those funds go to a specific cohort of students. So we can track outcomes like that on a cohort basis for students. This funding doesn't go to student tuition like GAP does. So it goes to, you know, instructors, equipment, all sorts of things. So it's a little harder to track outcomes like that. So we don't have a WTED outcomes report, but we do for like certain programs like GAP. So we can track all of those students into employment, tell you how much more they're making than when they started the program. That sort of, and we can do that actually for all of our credit and non-credit programs. And the WTED program funding source funds all can fund credit and non-credit programs. So those outcomes live kind of in different places, if that makes sense.
They're commingled.
Yes.
Robin, when you look through the individual college reports, was there any report that kind of stuck out to you as an outlier?
Actually, each college, as I meet, not only do I look through the reports, but also had conversations with the WTED contacts there. And you may look at some and say, oh, it's interesting that college A spends their money in a certain area and college B isn't spending any money in those areas at all. But what's really special about the WTED funds is they're able to regionally look at those in collaboration with their business and industry partners to determine what is the most important needs. So there might be things that create a curiosity, but nothing that really stands out as an outlier compared to another college.
Bring it full circle. That's why the MZ labor market data is so important to inform their decision making.
Any questions or comments for Robin? Let's see, does this need approval?
It does.
All right.
Move to approve is it both the WTED report and plan?
Correct.
As presented.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Cindy and second by Mary to approve the reports and plan. Further questions or comments? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Thank you, Robin.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, handbook for initial program approval, alternative teacher certification.
All right, 1 second. I apologize. This is my first time getting to present to the board. Just arrow here to present to
Spacebar.
I think so. It's spacebar.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, that was my plan. Have my notes. All right. So yes, board members, Director Snow, appreciate the opportunity to present today. I'm actually here on behalf of my administrative consultant, Marian Rubzavo, who is actually online.
She is very ill today, and so she has joined to help answer questions, but I'm going to do the presentation on behalf of our team. My name is Amy Mayer. I am a program consultant with the Educator Quality Team. I actually have a very deep background in alternative certification, having come to the education profession through an alternative program myself. Because of that, I'm a strong advocate for programs that provide quality preparation and strong support through the initial years of teacher licensure. I actually, before coming to the department, spent 5 years coordinating the RAPPL program, which is the Regents Alternative Pathway to Iowa Licensure, one of 3 operating intern programs in Iowa. And then I am now being handed off to the Teacher Registered Apprenticeship Program from Merriam for the second round. Kind of working as the expert in that alternative space for our team. So based on that background, I worked with Merriam to develop the handbook that we're going to be looking at today. So in the 2024 legislative session, House File 255 created a new condition for alternative licensure, which is the temporary initial license. And this is for applicants that already hold an initial bachelor's degree from an accredited college or university. They must also have 60 contact hours in the classroom. 30 of those hours have to be under the supervision of a licensed teacher. And then they have to be registered in an approved alternative teaching certification program that provides the required content training and licensure support. For a teacher who is licensed under this temporary initial license, they would be qualified to teach and to be the teacher of record in the classroom while they are completing the teacher preparation program. So because this creates a new condition, we have created a very specific approval process for a program that wants to offer the training. What we will do is to ask the program to submit an application, and that is linked in your documents today. They'll support that or submit that application with the required evidence. A consultant from our team will review that, have the opportunity to ask for clarifications or for additional evidence from the program. And once they have provided that information, we will draft a summary of the findings and an initial recommendation that will then come before the board. In that approval process, the board would have then 2 options. One would be approval for that program. That would be appropriate then for up to 7 years unless otherwise determined by the board. One thing that is unique about this situation is that the board would consider each individual endorsement that the program wants to offer for licensure in that application, and you would have the option to approve or not approve individual endorsements that the program is asking for. The other option would be non-approval then, and the program can reapply for approval within 6 months. The process for that application is also stipulated in House File 255. For programs that are approved by the board, we would publish those programs and the endorsements that you had approved on the Board of Educational Examiners website, as well as the department website. In addition to that approval process, then the program would be subject to a reevaluation every 7 years or at a time that you guys would deem necessary. At that point, the program would conduct a self-evaluation and file a written report that would be reviewed similarly to the initial application and then presented to the board for reapproval. Each program will also submit an annual report to the department, as our other educator prep programs in the state do. There are a couple of unique things about this situation that we wanted to bring to your attention. A teacher who does have the temporary initial license from the BOEE would not be able to provide instruction to students under Chapter 256B, which are students with IEPs, until they have completed a specific course of coursework related to instruction for that group of students and completed an accompanying practicum for experience in that area. HF 255 does also stipulate, however, that a temporarily initially licensed teacher is equated equitable treatment by the Board of Educational Examiners as a fully licensed teacher, and also provides for qualifications for how someone from a temporary initial license can move then to standard licensure in Iowa.
So I realize that I'm talking really fast. Apologize for that. But you do have the handbook that we have created in order to ensure to use that as a tool to ensure that each program gets through that approval process. And we appreciate any feedback that you might have on what you see there in that handbook that we could use to improve it. Or I'm happy to clarify anything that you'd like that would be helpful in that process.
So question about the approval. So up to 7 years unless we ask it to come back. Individual endorsements within a single application, so we don't have to approve all of those. But if they want to come back and get those endorsements, do they have to wait to the end of the 7 years? Or would that be a reason determined by the board to hear that application, a revised application? Is my question clear?
Yes, and I'm going to let Miriam add on if I don't get it correct, but we do actually have a process already for our educator prep programs to add additional endorsements.
Okay.
And I would anticipate we would use the same process if a program wanted to add additional endorsement offerings.
Okay.
Did I get that right, Miriam?
You did. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And regarding the 7-year proposed cycle, that would align to our approval process currently established by the board for teacher preparation programs.
So right now, with the alternative licensing, aren't there programs up and running with that already, or is this? I was assuming that has already taken place.
In that would qualify to apply under these conditions?
Yeah.
Yes, there are.
So this is the handbook that goes along with that.
Yep.
To provide clarification and direction.
Organizes that information for us to very easily go through it. Also provides a really easy framework for that program to provide the information that we need.
Is this a replacement or a new thing?
It's new.
Okay, all right.
It's the operationalization of code enacted last session.
Got it.
So we needed to establish a process for applications, for review of applications and the ability to make recommendations ultimately to the board.
Okay, so it's every 7 years. Is this on the same cycle of review as college's other?
Yes.
So once they jump in, if they jump in and they have their, I'll call it the big review. In 2 years, I'm assuming this would cycle up at that time too, or you're gonna?
We would add them to the cohort that they would belong in with that, the other programs that were up in that particular year.
So it feels to me like this, as well as the charter school framework that we've all been working through, are just things that have been changes in our whole educational approach over the last several years that have come through. We've had to make code either new or adjustments. And so now we're trying to say, now we've done those things, here's the framework that all that works under. It's because there's been a lot of change the last few years. I mean, and I think just right as you're trying to look for ways to bring teachers in and, respect their expertise and knowledge, but give them the tools to be qualified to teach as well. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Thank you. It's helpful.
Absolutely.
This is not for approval, it's for feedback, right? Any specific feedback?
I thought it was very well written and very comprehensive, and I like the opportunity that takes advantage of people who come from other states that are certified teachers to help our pipeline, and certainly to provide some staff for additional schools through charter and publics. Very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
You did a wonderful job and you're thrilled to have her.
Thank you for a very painless first opportunity. I appreciate that.
Feel better.
Yes.
What do we have from the SBRC?
Always my favorite.
I love SBRC stuff.
I know.
Good afternoon, President Robbins, Director Snow, members of the board. I'm Cassandra Klein. I'm the Bureau Chief of the Bureau of School Business Operations. And the first item that I have for you today is the summary of action from the January 8th, 2025 School Budget Review Committee hearing. This is generally the longest one of the year, and this year was no different. So
Disappoint.
not disappoint, yes. So we'll be a little longer than some of the other summaries that I've shared with you from those hearings. The committee began with a number of informational items. And so beginning with negative balances. So these are school districts that have preliminarily incurred a negative unspent balance. And so there are 3 districts, Comanche, Iowa City, and Tripoli. All 3 preliminarily incurred a negative unspent balance. And then the SBRC also considers the amount of any special education deficit when determining whether or not those districts are required to submit a corrective action plan. The special education deficit for all 3 districts was an amount less than what they were negative by, and so all 3 were required to appear individually. The committee also reviewed the updated unspent authorized budget report. That is a report that is published by DOM a few times a year, or Department of Management, a few times a year, and provides information regarding negative unspent balances and regular program balances. Within that report, they also reviewed the state decile ranks for unspent authorized budget per pupil. And you'll see in deciles 2 through 9, none of the deciles are more than 1,000 away from the one above or below it. And so there's a lot of there's a lot of districts that are tight around each other as we stagger through the state. Beginning on page 2 then continues that same discussion, but they were looking at the regular program balances. So this is their balance, but without the spending authority, that's related to categoricals. So your teacher leadership, teacher salary supplement, things that can't be used for any general fund purpose. And so looking again, the deciles 3 through 9 were all, within about $800 of each other from range to range. And then the final piece of that conversation is that the last table, which looks at the UAB per pupil average, and noting that since the committee started looking at it in this context since fiscal year 19, that amount has continued to rise each year. Also within this conversation, member Lee Tack wanted to dive into spending authority and context. This has been an ongoing conversation with the School Budget Review Committee for a very long time. And the things that we just discussed are a result of those conversations where they continue to try to look at spending authority and context, whether it is on a per pupil basis. They also now look at it by enrollment category, whether it's a general fund or just regular program balance, trying to figure out if there is a metric that should be established by the SBRC or followed by the SBRC to determine whether or not too much authority exists or whether there should be suggestions for those statewide. As a result of that conversation, the SBRC did ask the department to hold a conversation regarding spending authority and context with the department's advisory group, the Finance Roundtable. That conversation was held last week and will be shared with the SBRC when it convenes next on March 11th. Moving on through the informational items, there were also 4 districts reported as late filers of either the certified annual report, special education supplement, or the annual transportation report. All 4 districts were required to appear later on in that same hearing to provide a corrective action plan due to that late fiscal filing. Late filers for certified enrollment, facilities elections, and SAVE report and the school association report were also reported. There were 4 late filers for the certified enrollment report. 0 late filers for the FAST report, and 1 late filer for the school association report. And the last informational item was that the FY26 hearing schedule was published. Moving into the action items, the committee approved the department to distribute $11,461 in transportation assistance to the eligible districts, which is the way that we look at that is the districts that have the highest transportation cost per pupil. And then moving on to English learner proficiency applications, the committee approved just over $14.5 million in spending authority for FY25 for districts that continue to serve EL students beyond the 5 years that is funded through the regular state aid formula.
Sandra, just before you move on,
Yes.
number 2 on transportation assistance, that is what the license plate, the education license plate, that is how funds are generated for the transportation assistance fund. So obviously we hope with the public attention and engagement and a new student created art license plate, that fund will increase.
That's going to back you up. Oh, that's not a lot for transportation. So, okay,
No.
never mind.
Not to be confused with the transportation equity fund.
Yeah.
Number 4, the committee awarded over $23 million for excess costs of providing the EL program to 150 eligible districts. So this is the amount of funds that districts actually spent to provide an EL program beyond the amount that it had the resources to pay for. The committee also approved on-time funding for increased enrollment applications. It was $19 million to 118 districts that had a higher certified enrollment this year in the fall 2024 report than it did in fall 2023. Number 6, there was $50 million, almost $51 million awarded to 286 eligible districts for open enrollment out applications. So that is for students who this year in fiscal year 25 are open enrolled out from their resident district, but whom were not on the district's resident count in the prior year. There is a 1-year allowance for districts who serve greater than 45% of their enrollment through open enrollment service arrangement. And those 5 eligible districts made requests for $1.3 million. And noting that none of those districts can increase property taxes as a result of this. The committee also certified to the Department of Management additional supplementary weightings pending, for 4,288 FTEs. And current enrollment of that amount was 4,175. So the vast majority of that additional supplementary weighting is due to the concurrent enrollment population. The committee also approved $207 million in modified supplemental amount for 298 districts related to their special education deficit. Number 10 was not an action.
Special ed balances. Do we have any trend reports on that at all? As far as are they staying pretty much constant with slight increases for, CPI and stuff like that?
We can get you some information.
In general, but
in general, they're increasing in general. And so the deficit last year was about $170 million. So it increased over $30 million this year. And there's been an increase pretty consistently.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and go into number 10 to provide additional information also. So number 10 is regarding the special education weightings. So those are set at level 1, 0.72, level 2, 1.21, and level 3 at 2.74. Those remained consistent. Every year they review the weightings, but they only act on them every other year. And so this was an informational item year. So consistent with last year, we provided scenarios to the SBRC to look at the weightings in context to see if the weightings with any adjustments within their 0.2 authority could actually tackle the weightings or the deficit. And so there's just not a really good one size solution that fits all because every district experiences different costs at different levels for different students. And so adjustments to level one weighting, with the least amount of cost would affect the most number of districts, but also at a place where they're not experiencing the most increased costs. Level two and level three, then you start to get into where those real big discrepancies lie between districts as they have those higher cost students. And so what happens is the more money that's put into the weightings, the higher the balances actually sit in the districts. And then the more reversions that actually come back, and you're still not getting, you're really not addressing the deficit with any sort of, big substantial impact. And so the impact that it would take to the state or local property taxes doesn't make sense based on the balances that then would be created in districts or the reversions that would end up being sent back to the state anyway.
So what's the impact of federal funds on this?
Education funds.
What?
Federal special education funds flow to AEAs.
They flow to AEAs.
We can provide the.
Doesn't really impact school districts. Well, it impacts them, but indirectly.
Good segue into number 11. So each year, the SBRC reviews the AEA's special education support services balances to ensure that they, or to review whether they exceeded the 10% excess balance mark. And it has been since 2012 since any had broke that 10% plane. However, this year, 7 did not experience an excess balance, but 2 did. So as the action for number 11, no balances were reverted, then the 2 AEAs who experienced an excess balance did appear individually. Green Hills AEA appeared of their $23 million in special education support services expenditures. They had a balance of $3.4 million. And so they were in excess of just over $1 million. There was quite a discussion around the precedents about what was happening based on the action that the committee took and what that might mean. And so they were very purposeful in their decision language to ensure that it was not meant to be precedent setting. And so I'll read that for you. They approved the recommendation to the Departments of Education and Management that no deductions be made for excess special education support services assigned and unassigned balances so that the AEA's fiscal error does not adversely impact special education services and supports in the region. This action shall not be considered to set a precedent for AEAs to retain an excess balance due to fiscal errors, including accounting errors. In both cases, in both AEAs, because of their local accounting practices, they actually do journal entries at the end of the year for their administrative expenditures. And in both cases, all of the journal entries were not completed. And so it literally was an accounting error. But they don't want that. They don't want this process to be what catches those accounting errors. And so they were very specific about the language. The decision for Northwest AEA, number 13, was the same. Their expenditures totaled over 25 million. Their balance was 4.5 million and their excess was over 2 million. And I won't read the decision again. It was verbatim the same. Moving to number 14, Ankeny Community School District was awarded $1.2 million of modified supplemental amount due to increased staffing. They opened up a new elementary school, Abbey Grove, on the north side to alleviate overcrowding that they're experiencing due to growth. Colfax.
And this is beyond I always call it on-time funding. This is in addition to that.
Yes. So what they can request for the new school is any staff that's new to the district, or if they had, say, this 5th grade teacher moved into the building, the replacement staff over here, and that's all they can request. So if they simply just moved a teacher, that's not a new cost to the district. But if they added an FTE for a principal, for example, that's what they can request, or added a custodian, for example, they can request. And we do require them to submit a pretty detailed spreadsheet. So they actually have to put in there what is the TSS amount that's paid as part of that salary. They can't request that
If any teachers are paid from special education funds, at-risk dropout funds, tag funds, any specialized sources, we don't allow them to make that request either. It's only those. And it's only those that are paid with the unexpended general fund.
All right, thank you.
Yes. The next item was not an action item. Colfax Mingo incurred a negative regular program balance. So they did not incur a negative unspent balance overall. However, it was the amount of their categorical balances that kept them from going negative. They were negative in their regular program balance. So that's an early fiscal warning trigger that the SBRC has set, that they ask if districts experience that negative regular program balance, they ask them to come and provide a fiscal update. So it's not meant to be consequential or punitive in any way. It's just meant to be an explanation of the situation and environmental analysis. So they started these maybe 4 years ago, and it seems every time a district comes to provide this, it's always a different story, which is good to have that local context. Florinda and Council Bluffs both appeared due to late fiscal filing, and the corrective action plan for both was accepted. Southeast Polk also appeared due to late fiscal filing. However, their action to approve their plan was tabled, and they were directed to return at the March SBRC hearing with a more developed plan. The district actually appeared last year also for late fiscal filing and submitted the same plan that it had submitted last year, which did not result in timely filing. And so they were required to resubmit. Woodbine also appeared for late fiscal filing, and their corrective action plan was accepted. Comanche is the first of the 3 districts that appeared due to a negative unspent balance. The district is actually in its 2nd consecutive year of experience or incurring a negative unspent balance. And in their corrective action plan, they were projecting to be negative again in fiscal years 25, 26, and 27. The SBRC tabled action regarding their corrective action plan, as well as the related modified supplemental amount, and directed them to appear at the March SBRC hearing with a plan that will result in a positive unspent balance at the end of the fiscal year.
So if they have a negative unspent balance, how do they operate?
That's for them to tell us, right?
I mean, legally, how do they operate?
Well, it doesn't mean they don't have the cash behind it. So they can have the cash, just not the authority.
Oh, okay, so they have money in the bank, but it's.
Maybe.
Well, theoretically, you have money you could spend, but you're not authorized to spend it.
In their case, they have new leadership. And so one of the things that they recognized themselves also is that they did not implement the corrective action plan that they had submitted due to a negative unspent balance last year. And so the new leadership is approaching, I think, the situation from a different perspective. And so I expect there to be different information when they come back in March.
So if they overspend their authorized budget, what happens? Anything? Oh, I have money in the bank. I don't have the authority to spend it, but I spend it anyway.
Yeah, so their request did include an amount of modified supplemental amount. And so there is precedence for the SBRC to grant that MSA that would bring them back to a positive position if they have a supportive plan along with it that is reasonable and timely. And so they did not have a plan that was reasonable, timely, and they're already in their 2nd year and they didn't implement the 1st year. And so they're in a little bit different position. And so they're going to have to make a more solid case that they have a purposeful plan going forward. Their plan was really underdeveloped in a lot of ways. And I think some of that is due to the new leadership. And so at the time the plan was submitted, between that and the 4 weeks later when they appeared, Even then, they had already made more strides than what was reflected in the plan. But the plan had ideas about things that they were going to pursue, but it did not have concrete fiscal impacts based on the metrics of the plan. And so that's some of the things that they're going to continue to look at and study and continue to develop and present back in March. Iowa City Community School District, item number 21, appeared due to incurring a negative unspent balance. This was their third year in a row of incurring a negative unspent balance. However, I'd like to note that while they're preliminarily negative, based on the MSA that was being requested due to the collective action requests, such as the special education deficit, and I believe their LEP also amount, they're actually projecting to be positive and as a final in FY '24. And so they did not make a request for MSA. The last district that appeared was Tripoli. They also appeared due to experiencing a negative unspent balance. Theirs was an unusual situation. Theirs was due to an account coding error. It's not unheard of. In fact, we had a district appear 2 years ago for the exact same reason. They had miscoded and forgot to do some journal entries and found themselves negative at the end of the year. And so they came to the SBRC, they presented a corrective action plan, but the MSA was not awarded because the correct way to address that was actually through their auditor. And so they reported it to their auditor. The auditor required them to fix it because they misspent out of the wrong fund. And so that addressed that amount. In this case, though, it was really the first time we'd heard a similar item. They had an account coding error. They miscoded revenue that was meant for the management fund and PEPAL fund to the general fund. It was found by their auditor after the close of fiscal year 23, required to be adjusted in fiscal year 24. The problem was that since the revenue was never meant for the general fund, there was no spending authority attached to it. So when the auditor required them to transfer it out of the general fund, they spent the spending authority, which is what caused the district to go negative. They were negative by $143,000. The amount of the error, though, was $470,000. And so in discussions with the district prior to their appearance at the SBRC, we discussed what this would look like had they not gone negative. Could they have made the request for the spending authority anyway? And the answer was yes. This was due to an unusual circumstance. And so the recommendation and the action by the SBRC was to award the $470,000 because there's no other mechanism for the Department of Education or the Department of Management to help them correct the error. And from an accounting standpoint, it was correct to move it. The spending authority was just something that we didn't have the authority to assign, though. And that was the January hearing. Are there any other questions?
We got a couple. Looks like 2% could be the supplemental state aid for next year. What impact do you foresee with that school districts coming your way?
Any specific capacity that you're looking for?
Just general observations.
There's always so many changes. There's changes to open enrollment billing. There's changes to the TSS and SSA is increasing. It's a continued battle to try to appropriately fund schools and for them to engage in those fiscal management practices to best serve their students.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you, President Robbins.
Just a comment. You don't have to respond to this, but I saw that there was a bill that was introduced to allow school districts under enrollment of 200. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for the PEPAL, Pearl, and SAVE funds. Mm-hmm.
Seems like that could be a slippery slope, but I guess we'll wait and see.
There's a time limit cap on that of 5 years. So I kind of wonder if it's meant to be a transitional option for them while they think about next steps that could be sustainable.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Numbers 3, 4, and 5 talk about pending further department review. I was just curious what that was and how that works.
Yes, that's a great question. For all of the, what we term collective action requests, which would be all of these ones where I said there were 100 districts or 200 districts where action was made for all of them at once, the department requires that the local school board approve the request to the SBRC for that specific purpose. And so we do review every single board minute for every district that makes these requests to ensure they took specific and individual action for each of the requests. And so the pending further department review is by the time the SBRC hearing gets here, there's always a couple of districts who haven't submitted their board minutes yet. And so that's us to say, yes, this is what we think is going to be correct, but until we get all of the board minutes, we're going to put that caveat in there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anything else for SBRC? All right, let's move on to the AEA budget template.
Thank you. In response to last year, when the AEAs were required to appear individually before the state board and make their budget presentations, we were requested to come up with a template so that the information presented to you, while still individualized to each AEA, was provided in a structured manner. And so we created the budget report and request template. So I am going to go through it with you. Please feel free to ask questions. Since we sent this out to the AEAs, we have received one question back. And so there was a table that we said, you know, this is how we might do it. And we sent that back. They liked it. So you may see it in all of their reports. So when we get to that table, I will hand out what that could look like instead of what's in here. It's the same thing. It's just expanded into more detail. What you'll see in the template, just looking at the front page. So there are notes in blue. And so those are meant to be more directions to the person or to the entity completing the template and meant to guide them. Flipping around, of course, we have the table of contents and then the executive summary. I'll skip those pages. I think they're self-explanatory. In the AEA overview, this is similar to the information, the detail of information that was required to be provided by the AEAs last year. And so I'll note a couple of additions. So when we talk about who's served, we want to know all of the groups that are served. So we're talking about the districts, the students, the teachers, and others. And that others could be, those in the community or other outreach that they do. Noting difference in the district. So this year, or coming up in FY26, with the passage and implementation of House File 2612, districts are able to, in some circumstances, actually solicit services from an AEA that's contiguous to them or shared by their superintendent in that AEA as well. And so we're asking them to identify if they are serving any districts that are not geographically located within their AEA. We're also asking them to identify if there are any districts in their AEA whom they are not serving. Then we talk about the students, information about the students and teachers, and then the others. And then that others, again, will reflect, any community-based projects, things like that. Under the programs, we're asking them to highlight the general programs that are offered by the AEA, as well as those that differentiate themselves from the other AEAs. And so when we talk about perhaps centers of excellence, that might be something that they emphasize here, or some other thing that they are differentiating themselves from others. There was a program slide last year where everyone had all of the same programs, and then they each highlighted those that are different from the other AEAs for each of them. And so this would be similar to that, just in that narrative format. Under the location piece, again, we thought it was important to note the districts that aren't being served by the AEA or those that are. And in their location map, they can show the boundaries of the AEA, but then they can show also the actual districts that they're serving and the locations of those offices. Describing then the capital assets, we're moving on to page 3. And then we begin looking at staff. So there's a place for an organizational chart. And then we get into a little bit more detail. Some of the line item information last year was maybe a little too far in the weeds for the board's liking. And so what we tried to do this time was chunk it out by different information. And so we're really looking for your feedback on this as well to help inform any changes to the template next year. And this also is information that the AEA already reports in this fashion. So it's not work that would be extra for them. I think that was something we were trying to balance as well. Looking at staff changes then from 25 to 26 in those different program areas. So there's a subsection for special education support services, education services, and then turning the page to page 4, also the media services program. Then we get into the administrative staff expenditures by FTE. And those are listed out by the administrative staff titles. And so this is where I am going to hand out an expansion of these. Okay. So the question that we received that we responded to with suggesting a format similar to this is that you may know that AEAs are required to reduce their administrative expenditures. And so on page 5 and following, then there is a section where it says it does the math for them from year to year and that reduction in expenditures. So the question to us was, how do they account for shared staff? So we know, for example, there is a shared chief administrator, there is a shared SBO. And so if we're looking at just all of the expenditures for these positions, it would include the amount of salary for those shared staff. And so what we sent out as an example that we invited them to modify is this table then that allows them to say, what are all of the expenditures that we're incurring, but what is the revenue that we're getting for shared staff that would then offset the expenditures being incurred, and then what's that total? And then from there on the total, then that's where we're giving them an example to put in that reduction. So you may see a variation of this that might be discussed and adopted by the group as well.
So under step 1, it's to say the chief administrator is shared, but they're going to enter their entire salary benefits in that line and then deduct it out in step 2.
Yes. Yes. Because
one's going to hold the contract.
Right. So one holds the contract and then the other one pays for that portion of the contract. And that's a similar situation to school districts who share superintendents and such. Thank you. And then the final section.
Chiefs are shared this year, or is it just, seems like it's more than one? Or maybe or is it just one?
Director, I think it's one. Is that correct?
It's Central Rivers and Keystone sharing Chief Stan Reingans, and then there's an interim as well.
Okay.
And then the very last section, we didn't expect the report to encompass everything that they might want to tell us. So we included a final section if there's any other budget assumptions that they used that they would want to help inform the information in this report that we thought that would be helpful for them to tell us. So again, this is a template we created to help bring the information from the AEA to the board in a manner that was similar and structured. And so this is for you guys this has already been shared with the AEAs for this year. Of course, they'll be here in a few weeks at the March meeting. But if there's any changes that we wanted to make to this, we'll certainly take that input from you guys.
Just appreciate the standardized input. It gets a little messy trying to make comparisons when people are inputting different things.
Agreed.
Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
And then I think just for background, this is obviously not a requirement of the department, but was offered at the request of the board and the request of AEAs. We worked in collaboration to develop this form, but it is an informal form. Again, developed at request and then was provided in mid-January. So the AAs are currently utilizing this form to be prepared for their March deadlines.
So this is like a worksheet to fill this out.
Yeah.
But this wouldn't be part of the report.
Well, we created that. So we sent this out and then a week and a half or 2 weeks later, we received the question about how would you want us to reflect the shared revenue? And I thought we would want the detail that it reflects it as shared. And so they may replace what's in the report with that table instead,
Like that.
is what I would expect.
Got it.
But you said kind of this is informal, but are they required to use this?
They're not required in code to use it.
Not by code, but as a practice, just to help. I mean,
It's been the request of the board to have a form.
beneficial to them, I would think.
And it's been a shared request. Yes.
So you expect that they'll.
It's up to them to honor the request or not.
I will say we did preview it with the AEA chiefs prior to sending it out. And I think there was some positive feedback around the room. And so I think the willingness is there. We're meeting with AEA business managers who've already reached out with a couple of questions. We're meeting with them next Friday in our normal AEA business manager meeting. We'll get additional feedback there too and see if there's anything that they might suggest to the board to change for next year also. So I do see this as a collaborative and an ongoing effort.
Do they have any other things that they would suggest to the report?
Not that we've received so far.
I think we've implemented the feedback received.
Mhm.
And then obviously we continue meeting with all chiefs weekly. We'll actually have a meeting after this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
And the last item, April State Board meeting dates and location. Approval. We're gonna go over to city and Eastern Iowa called Cedar Rapids. Proposed.
You need approval for that?
Well, yes,
Gambling there now.
I
right?
move that we approve the state board meeting for location.
okay, so it's
Second, I second.
No discussion.
16th and 17th, which is is that a Wednesday, Thursday?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't have my-
Believe so.
I guess it doesn't matter. I don't have.
16th and 17th are Wednesday and Thursday. Yes, sir.
So we'd have something at Kirkwood to take in on the 16th and the board meeting on the 17th. Is that?
Does it include college community or just
Kirkwood.
I think it's
Kirkwood? I know Christy, I'm sorry, President Fisher was looking forward to it. She mentioned it to me when I was out at a meeting there a couple weeks ago.
Wonderful. And President Fisher is currently leading the president's group and has been very thoughtful about designing the board's visit. So we appreciate her hosting us.
Okay, now I will entertain a motion.
You want me to repeat it? My motion stands.
Second.
Motion by Mary and second by Cindy to have the April 16th and 17th meeting in Cedar Rapids at Kirkwood.
That'll be fun. That'll be a good meeting.
All in favor of the motion indicate saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. One thing that we missed during lunch was any board reports that we have to report on.
I don't have any board reports to report out.
Nor do I.
I would say that I was at a meeting with Kirkwood and we discussed It was really the support that they provide area businesses and actually very specific to Collins Aerospace, but also more broadly around the work-based learning support that they do for the school districts for students. So that was really the bulk of that. It's always, enlightening when you see all the connections for, professional training and the K-12 student work-based learning experiences, and always a great resource. And they are coming for community college or colleges for Iowa. Community Colleges for Iowa Day on the Hill is February 19th, which I was going to participate in, but now I will not,
For a good reason.
for a good.
All right. Brooke, do you have anything?
I do not.
Good. I do not either. So this meeting is adjourned.
Bye,
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Brooke.
Bye.